It's Bloodborne. Look, Lord Doctor. If you're watching this after the fact, I recommend scooping to when it's ready and you can actually see me on screen. Ooh. Ooh, Lord. Welcome in, Bellevue. You bells. I'm just setting up everything. I had a bit of a late start. Hope you're doing well, and welcome in. Ooh, human looking rocks. That's right. I need to update other stuff, but I did that one at least. I want to go back. I want to listen to that first song again. Too good. It's iconic. That's crazy. Alright, I just need my iPad and then I think I'm good. Test, hello everyone. Hello Jackie, welcome in. It's canon, it's in the lore. Let's get some lore. As Wellington as Crinkleton. What's up, Crinkle Crew? Yabba dabba doo. How are you? I smelled your shoe, and it smelled like poo. Dabba doo. You mean stir fry? She said the word. Was that Crinkleton? We'll be ready in the Crinkleton, everybody. Eating spicy stir fry. Let's go. Dab time. Let's go. Alrighty. Time to pull up the lore document, everybody. Wait. There we go. Alright. So, I'm not sure. Should I do music or no music, you guys think? For this whole thing? For this whole Crinkleton? Should I yell at Rogue to come here? You can if you want. I'm gonna move this aside. Boop. Let me find. I have to find the actual file because there we go. I found it. Pale Blood Hunt. A Bloodborne Analysis by Redgrave. Let's go. Reading time, puts on glasses. This says I hit 10k. The big rock price goes to 15k. That's right. That's because bells, every time it gets bigger, the rock gets bigger. Puts on glasses. Maybe I should do some music. We'll try it and see how it goes. Well, I don't know. Some quiet reading vibes. Alright, well, yeah, we'll try it quiet at first. Bloodborne ambient music. I could do some dark ambient. Because it's a dark thing, everybody. Dark ambient music, everybody. Hopefully it doesn't get copyrighted. The Accursed Eon. 8-hour ambient mix. Bells will have to let me know if this is the vibe. They've read the entire thing. Iron Cthulhu Apocalypse, everybody. Spoopy. Oh. Can I? Let me set up a capture window real quick. Hey, I've read it too. I'd say it works. Okay, bet. Welcome in, Rogue. I didn't even know you were here yet. Please forgive me, man. I didn't mean nothing by it. Yes, Rogue has arrived. Where is... What? Oh, OBS is being a stinker. Device not connected. Yeah, I think it is connected. I don't even know. Should I have the document up? Yeah, I'm at the store right now, but I'm listing. Let's go. Shout out to the store. Help! Help! I'm stuck on Rogue's phone. Help! We're gonna make this maximum size, everybody. The Pale Blood Hunt, a Bloodborne Analysis by Redgrave. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, let me get that up. Make sure I can see everything. Oh, change the spacing. I might not need it if it's this big. It's dedicated to all those with the story to tell, everybody. Alright, we'll do that. We'll make it a little. We'll make it like a space program. Oh my gosh, this is gonna take forever. Ah! Alright, we'll make it as small as physically possible. That's the secret. Oh, was that the reward you redeemed? Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the recommendation if it's Guff. If it's Stoogie, thanks for coming in. If it's Guff, also thanks for coming in. But yeah, this was it was a reward. Oh my gosh, this is gonna... Come on now. Don't freak out, man. Come on. You can press Control A. Alright, fuck it. There we go. Nice. Thanks for the keyboard shortcuts. What? This is like broken because it's too big. It's too damn big. Probably shouldn't do voices. I'll need my voice for later when I'm dying. I'm dying. Hell. Wait, why is it like... Maybe it's because I'm zoomed in way too much. Let's see, edit. Tools. Oh, I need to make like a... Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna have to make a copy of this, I think. I think I did have a copy. The drive. The trash. Ooh. This music's so scary, everybody. I'm scared. I'm scared. Wait. Maybe I can make a copy. Make a copy. Did that even work? Oh my gosh. This is a great start. Alright. YOLO. We don't need spacing. Final decision. We don't need it. It's an awesome read. There we go. Now we know. Did I send you the copy I made? Yeah, do that real quick. We'll do that. I remember you saying something like that you made it more readable. I'm gonna drink some water. Steam Warudo. Not my VTuber software. How could I've been exposed? Let me get some poison for my brain real quick. This I was debating if it was worth it. Got some good old brain poison. Because I feel like carbonation might mess with my vocal cords. And I'll need them. But YOLO. That's some good poison. Did you send it? Oh, I let you. Nice. Oh yeah, you made it gray even. Alright. Without further ado, let's get to it. I didn't really like Dark Souls. Objectively speaking, it's a great game. I'm gonna drink normal water first, actually. It shouldn't be gray. It's good enough, though. I'd say probably don't mess with it. It'll be fine. Wait, is there a way I can full screen? F11? Let's go. I'm so smart. It's a great game. The gameplay is solid, the world is compelling, the characters are interesting. Maybe it's because Demon Souls fanatic that I was. I had hyped the game up in my mind to such an impossibly high standards that there was no way it could compete with my expectations. But I always found that there was something missing in Dark Souls. The unknown. Man, I feel burp. The story of Dark Souls is certainly mysterious. The game avoided conventional storytelling and instead gave the player the burden of uncovering the truth on their own. One could pull back the curtain of Anor Londo and discover the machinations of Gwendolyn and Frampt, or bring the Lord Vestal to Koth and learn of another layer to the story. Even so, the story of Dark Souls was all too grounded for me. It was the kind of story that could be rearranged and presented as fact, with all the mysteries solved, like a novel where, at the end of the book, the brilliant detective goes over the evidence to the rest of the characters and makes all the connection for them. Demon's Souls had been different. In Demon's Souls, the answer hadn't been there. It's no mystery that the concept of souls lore hunting didn't really exist with Demon's Souls, other than a few notable exceptions, like Guardian Owl. The only real topic of debate was whether or not the Old One was the god of the church, but there was no answer to whether the monumental was good or evil. There was no explanation for how Bjor's armor could be found in Meralda's well. The mysteries behind Lord Rydell and the old monk remained void of answers. They were unknown. Hidetaka Miyazaki, the genius behind the Souls franchise, grew up in poverty in the city of Shizuoka. Unable to afford any means of entertaining himself, Miyazaki would spend most of his childhood reading books found in his local library. He was fascinated with Western tales of action, but his English was not fluent enough to understand every single word. Many times he would read a story and find that he couldn't understand half of it, and so he would connect the words he could find, and fill in the blanks, forming as a story of his own. They used the pieces that had been laid out before him. I've read many criticisms of Bloodborne's story when compared with Dark Souls. Many people find that the characters are empty, that the story isn't as entertaining, or that the plot doesn't seem to be as rich when compared to the tale of Gwyn and the First Flame. And they're right. Bloodborne, like Demon's Souls before it, doesn't have the answers to be solved within the game itself. There's no dialogue or item description which can provide the player with the crucial piece of information that explains everything. There's no brilliant detective who can explain it for someone in a condensed manner. Bloodborne is a book where half of the words can't be understood, and the reader must fill in the blanks on their own. When I first wrote The Pale Blood Hunt, I wrote that there was a singular truth we could discover. 7 months later, having read so many different interpretations and discussions on the game's story, having discussed the plot with so many different people, I can only now see how absurd that the idea of a singular story had been. There is no answer to Bloodborne's story. Bloodborne is a game that asks you what you think. It asks you what your story is. What do you make of the unknown? This is my story. This is my eldritch truth. You're zoned out, Alex. R.I.P. If I'm like saying this kind of boring, let me know. I gotta drink some water to like keep my throat from dying. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. H.P. Lovecraft. Chapter 1: Byrgenwerth, Kos, and the Vacuous Spider. Byrgenwerth is an old place of learning, and the Tomb of the Gods, carved out below Yharnam. Oh, should be familiar to every hunter. Mountain Dew is not the right idea, everybody. It was not. Well, once a group of young Byrgenwerth scholars discovered a holy medium deep within the tomb. This led to the founding of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. In this sense, everything sacred in Yharnam can be traced back to Byrgenwerth. Alfred, Wild Blood Hunter. Everything begins at Byrgenwerth. An old institution of learning, Byrgenwerth was built in a peaceful and secluded area away from the neighboring city, and close to a great lake. It is here that a group of individuals studied and explored the depths of human knowledge. For starters, I will use only information and evidence that can be found inside the game. I will save my personal interpretations and beliefs for the end, so that you can make up your own mind about the evidence presented. There were many students at Byrgenwerth. There were, however, certain individuals of note other than the students, figures of importance who formed the inner circle, so to speak. While not all of them were scholars, for the purpose of this analysis, I refer to this group of individuals as the Byrgenwerth Scholars, or the Scholars for short. Those individuals who we could safely conclude were members of the scholars consisted of Willem, Lawrence, Mikulish, and Carol. Master Willem was the head of the academy and a highly respected figure. All characters who refer to Willem specifically refer to Master Willem, indicating a deep respect for the figure, even if they had differences in beliefs. There is also a reference found on the Rune Workshop tool, which refers to him as Provost Willem. A provost is an administrator of an academic facility, which supports placing Willem as the head of the academy and the leading figure. Master Willem's primary focus of study concerned the limits of human intelligence. Lawrence is a much more enigmatic figure, especially for a character so important. From the beast skull in the Grand Cathedral, the PC Hunter witnesses a memory of an encounter between Lawrence and Willem, in which Willem accuses the younger Lawrence of betraying him. A note left on the cathedral staircase reads, "Place your hands on the altar's sacred covering and inscribe Master Lawrence's adage upon your flesh." That Lawrence would be revered so highly infers that he may have been a very significant figure in the Healing Church. It is well documented that the Healing Church has its roots in Bergenworth College. The Bergenworth student uniform states, "The Healing Church has its roots in Bergenworth," and naturally borrows heavily from its uniform design. The focus not on knowledge or thought, but on pure pretension, would surely bring Master Willem despair, if only he knew. Lawrence's title is that of the first vicar, given to him both by the human skull of the nightmare and in his boss fight, confirming this idea that Lawrence was in fact one of the church's founders, splitting from Bergenworth in an event that I will later describe as the Schism. I gotta get my water. Mikulish, the boss encountered in the Nightmare Immensis, was another scholar, as evidenced by the tattered Bergenworth uniform he wears during the PC Hunter's fight against him. Mikulish also makes references to other parts of Bergenworth, which I will discuss later. Carol was a genius runesmith who, through unknown methods, could listen to the scratchings and utterings of the Great Ones. While she could not understand the inhuman words they spoke, she managed to etch them into visual symbols that could be identified. The Rune Workshop tool describes Carol as Runesmith Carol, student of Bergenworth, transcribed the inhuman utterings of the Great Ones into what are now called Carol runes. There are also two individuals whom we can believe to have been members of the scholars, German and Maria. Gehrman, my bad. Gehrman was most assuredly an acquaintance of both Lawrence and Willem. After the PC Hunter defeats Rom, the vacuous spider, they can find Gehrman whimpering in his sleep. "Oh Lords, Master Willem, somebody help me." Gehrman is also, as we know, the first hunter. He founded the workshop, located in the hidden section of the upper cathedral ward, and presumably worked with the church in its infancy. Judging from Gehrman's combat proficiency and master craftsmanship, he may have been a bodyguard for tomb excavations, a groundskeeper, or a handyman at the college at large. Maria was Gehrman's greatest pupil, and judging from the fact that she takes over the research hall of the Healing Church, it's possible that she was a student at the college under Lawrence. Regardless, her participation in the events which would take place at the hamlet place her as a member of the Bergenworth Scholars prior to its schism. We can now look at the scholars, having explored each one individually as a collective unit. Willem, Lawrence, Mikulish, Gehrman, Maria, and Carol were individuals at Bergenworth College, an institution dedicated to the furthering of knowledge and the exploration of the massive labyrinth built underground. It was in this labyrinth that the scholars made the discovery that put every event in Bloodborne into motion. Indeed, the entire history of Bloodborne can be traced to a single defining moment in which the scholars discovered something deep inside the ancient Pthumerian crypts. The executioner Alfred muses that once a group of young Bergenworth scholars discovered a holy medium deep within the tomb. This led to the founding of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. Deep inside the labyrinth, the scholars discovered the old blood. It is unclear exactly what was found, but in the upper levels of the Bergenworth mansion, we can find the empty phantasm shell, empty invertebrate shell, that is said to be familiar of a great one. The Healing Church has discovered a great variety of invertebrates, or phantasms as they are called. Whatever was found, it was proof of the existence of great ones. It's possible that the scholars discovered a Breedis, the abandoned and left behind great one, who would later commune with the Healing Church. They certainly discovered a source of old blood, the tainted blood of the great ones. Whether it was a Breedis or something else is unclear. With the discovery of the old blood and of the great ones, everything changed. Evolution became the goal, push the limits of humanity and become something greater. Ascend to the level of the great ones, push humanity into its next stage. A scribbled note found in the Nightmare Lecture Hall reads, "Master Willem was right. Evolution without courage will be the ruin of our race." However, it quickly became apparent that some of the scholars, and Lawrence in particular, differed in their beliefs on how evolution should be carried out. Carol's eye rune states, "Eyes symbolize the truth Master Willem sought in his research. Disillusioned by the limits of human intellect, Master Willem looked to the beings from higher planes for guidance, and sought to line his brain with eyes in order to elevate his thoughts. However, Carol's metamorphosis runes state, the discovery of blood made their dream of evolution a reality. Metamorphosis and the excess and deviation that followed was only the beginning." If you want to play Bloodborne again, hell yeah. There are two different resources that the player collects during their time in Bloodborne: Blood Echoes and Insight. The Echoes is a method in which the PC Hunter gains power, while Insight is the method in which the PC Hunter gains knowledge. While some at Bergenworth believe that knowledge and understanding of the Great Ones in the higher planes of existence would lead to humanity's uplifting, others believe that it was through the imbibing and fusing with the old blood that would lead to humanity's ascension. This was a concept anathema to everything Willem stood for. Fear the old blood. These two fundamentally opposed philosophies would lead to the Bergenworth schism, but there's another piece to the puzzle. Upon entering the fishing hamlet in the Hunter's Nightmare, the PC Hunter is greeted by a fishkin, muttering to himself, "Bergenworth, Bergenworth, blood-crazed murderers, blasphemous fiends." If the player is wearing the Milkweed rune, the kin will give them the accursed brew, a skull which states, "Skull of a local from the violated fishing villages." The inside of the skull was forcibly searched for eyes, as evidenced by innumerable scratches and indentations. Whatever happened in the fishing hamlet must have had to do with Kos, the Great One found at the end of the area. Kos is apparently dead, and while the hunter battles her orphan, the Great One is long since passed. Other than the mutterings of the fishkin, there is only one other reference to Kos, that of Mikulish in his commune with the cosmos. "Oh, Kos, or some say Cosm. Do you hear our prayers? As you once did for the vacuous realm. Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes." You gotta do the like weird Mikulish voice. Rom, as the PC encounters, is a large creature who is found at the bottom of the Moonside Lake of Bergenworth. Rom's title is that of the vacuous spider, and is shown to be very relatively weak. Rom's only real strength comes from the spiderkin she can spawn to defend herself. Other than that, she is barely capable of defending herself, either through carelessly hurling shards of energy, or thrashing wildly at her enemy. When the player encounters Rom, it is the defining moment in which the story of Bloodborne goes from a narrative of hunting beasts to a stunned understanding that we, the player, have barely even scratched the surface of a much, much darker truth. But Rom is not a fully developed Great One. Mikulish, in his communing with the cosmos, mutters, "As you once did for the vacuous Rom, grant us eyes, plant eyes on our brain to cleanse our beastly idiocy." Rom was not always a Great One. Eyes planted on her brain to cleanse her idiocy. Rom ascended to become one. Vacuous is defined in the Oxford English Dictionary as having or showing the lack of thought or intelligence, mindless. The word comes from the Latin vacus, meaning empty, along with the suffix us, meaning by the nature of. Where does Rom come from? Who is she? What is her relationship to the dead Great One Cos? What follows is purely my own interpretation and belief based on the evidence I have gathered. Do not consider any of this a solid fact. Instead, use it as my interpretation so that you can gather your own beliefs. In Bergenworth, Master Willem and his students toiled away to evacuate the Thumerian labyrinth underground, studying their gods and exploring the depths of human intellect. The Bergenworth scholars made two major breakthroughs in their study. Their first major discovery was the old blood, specifically the blood of a Great One. It's possible that this Great One was a Breedis, as in the Bergenworth lecture hall, we can discover the auger of a Breedis. And we also find an empty phantasm shell in the upper chamber of the Bergenworth mansion. The second great discovery was Cos. When I first played the Old Hunters DLC, my initial impression had been that it was the Bergenworth scholars who had killed Cos. When I shared this theorem, many people pointed to the description of the Cos parasite, which states, when the carcass of Cos washed up on the coast, its insides were teeming with tiny parasites, unlike any found in humans. The argument was that this gave evidence to the fact that Cos had actually been dead prior to the encounter of Bergenworth, having washed up on the coast of the fishing village. I was unsure about my conclusion, and couldn't decide which theory was more accurate until I played through the DLC a second time and encountered Maria. Her words, now that I had seen the entire picture, made much more sense. A corpse should be left well alone. Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. When I first encountered Maria, I had naturally assumed she was talking about her own corpse. Now that I had seen what lay beyond her care, everything fell into place. As I wandered around the fishing hamlet, taking a look at its design and features, I came to a new conclusion. Look at how the kin of the hamlet throw their harpoons. How the giants massively wield anchors. How the wrecks of a mighty vessels line the coast. This isn't some quaint fishing village. It's a whaling town. Prior to the release of the DLC, many players have noted the strange masts sticking out of the water in the Nightmare Frontier. We can now see the origin of these vessels, the hamlet. The villagers must have sighted the Great One Cos in the sea one day, rising up and taking arms to kill what they might have perceived as a monster. They hunted and killed her, losing many of their whaling ships in the process, but inevitably returning home victorious and having sent the creature back to the sea. But on one day, the corpse of the dead Great One washed ashore. When the villagers investigated the corpse, they found it teeming with parasites, which soon infected and took over their minds and the bodies of villagers, transforming them into the kin that we encountered them as. Inevitably, word reached Bergenworth of the dead god on the hamlet. They sent 2 individuals to investigate the hamlet, Gehrman and Maria. The announcement trailer featured Gehrman with his scythe extended, walking into the hamlet, and we find Rikuyo, Maria's weapon, in the hamlet well. Gehrman, the first hunter, traveled along with his great pupil Maria to the hamlet and butchered the kin. The skulls were split open in the search of eyes, and the first hunters carved a path towards the corpse of Kos. It is there that their greatest blasphemy was committed. The elevator to the Healing Church Research Hall depicts 3 statues hovering over a child examining it. The central figure is clearly a depiction of Master Willem, featuring the same robes and hat as the provost's. Gehrman and Maria discovered that the dead Kos had been pregnant, an unborn fetus still intact. A very important rule of Bloodborne's world is that even if an individual dies in the waking world, their consciousness may still remain in the dreamlands. This is something that will come up time and time again, and is evidenced by the existence of Mikulish's corpse in the waking world. The unborn murdered Great One was brought back to Bergenworth College and dissected in the name of science. What was retrieved was a cord of the eye, the orphan's umbilical cord. And it was then that Master William, the greatest mind of Bergenworth, had an epiphany. Willem is quoted in the description of the Great One's wisdom as having stated, "We are thinking on the basest of planes. What we need are more eyes." The eye is indeed the symbol representing not just insight in the player's HUD, but also the knowledge of the higher planes and existence of the Great Ones. The discovery of the Great Ones and the Old Blood split the scholars into 2 opposing factions. One I have dubbed the Loyalists, led by Master Willem. The Loyalists believed in evolution through eyes, the accumulation of insight that would let humanity ascend. This faction consisted of Willem and his students. The other faction, which I have dubbed the Radicals, was led by Lawrence. The Radicals believed in evolution through blood, the accumulation of power that would let humanity ascend. This faction consisted of Lawrence, Mikulish, Gehrman, and Maria. While there was never any violence between these 2 groups, the fundamental difference in philosophy led them inevitably separating to go their own paths. While the Loyalists remained at Bergenworth, the Radicals founded the Healing Church in pursuit of further spreading their knowledge, the Old Blood. This schism was not also purely among the scholars, but also amongst the student populace, with many leaving along the Radicals. With the Healing Church founding and flourishing, Willem and the remaining Loyalists were no doubt concerned with the growing power and the threat they posed. The Loyalists were fully aware that the actions of the Healing Church in their use of the Old Blood would lead to the spread of the Scourge. While the Healing Church spread throughout Yharnam, Willem and the remaining Loyalists got to work on their own research. This is where things get fuzzy, as there is very little information on this crucial point in time. What we could see, however, are the results of the Loyalist research. If the PC hunter encounters Yusefka, or rather the imposter Yusefka, after the blood moon has risen, killing her would make her drop a cord of the eye, which states, Provost Willem sought the cord in order to elevate his being, and thoughts to those of a Great One, by lining his brain with eyes. Yo, what's good, Ismail? The only choice he knew, if man were ever to match their greatness. When the PC hunter first enters the Bergenworth mansion, they encounter on the second floor an NPC hunter named Yuri, who appears to be a member of the choir, the highest ranking member of the Healing Church. Yuri wields a call beyond, the choir's ultimate weapon, and wears the blindfold cap in the attire of a choir member. This would show that the choir returned to the ruins of Bergenworth from time to time, in order to gather old research notes or artifacts. That the imposter Yusefka, who wields a weapon of the choir, an augur of Abridus, would be in possession of an artifact that once belonged to Master Willem, can be explained as such. The choir recovered this cord, the umbilical cord of the Orphan of Kos. Willem had used the cord in order to further his research, delving deeper and deeper into the depths of human understanding. During this point in time, with intense research into the Great Ones being conducted at Bergenworth, the students were twisted and transformed into the Garden of Eyes for Willem's research. Bizarre kin of the cosmos who had wandered the grounds. Only 4 individuals were left intact. Willem, Doors the Graveguard, the unnamed doorman who would be entrusted with the password, and Rom. Whatever happened to Carol is unclear. She may have left with Lawrence. She may have been transformed along with the student body. Or she may have left Bergenworth at an unspecified time to continue her research separately. However, thanks to Carol's transcriptions of the inhuman uttering of the Great Ones, the Loyalists learned of the importance and the power held by great bodies of water. If we take a look at any of the lake or sea runes, we can find the description: great volumes of water serve as a bulwark guarding sleep, and an augur of the eldritch truth. Overcome this hindrance and seek what is yours. This even matches the game mechanics in which the runes represented in water provide defense and resistance. The Grand Lake of Mud, hidden now from sight. Mikolish. Master Willem's last great ritual ascended Rom into the newly formed Great One. Placed at the bottom of the Moonside Lake, Rom's empty mind served as a shield for our physical plane, protected by a great body of water. It prevented the beckoning of the moon presence by Lawrence Healing Church. With his knowledge and understanding of the Great Ones, Willem was able to use the Orphan's cord to rebirth the new Great One and line her brain with eyes, using her as a living bulwark to seal away the Great Ones, the Nightmare, and the Blood Moon. But where did she come from? We have already determined what the word vacuous means: empty, mindless. This can be very easily attributed by... oh my god. This can very easily be attributed to a simpleton, or to a brain-dead being. Rom, however, certainly does not seem to be brain-dead. While she is weak, she most certainly attempts to defend herself in the meager ways she has. In the interview with Hidetaka Miyazaki found in the official guide, Miyazaki was asked what his favorite boss was. His answer was Rom. But that in itself, while interesting, was not very striking. However, the specifics of his response were unexpected. I really like her. There are some oddly cute aspects to her moves and modeling. There is another type being that is blank. Wait, what? There is another type being that is blank, empty. As John Locke writes, human beings are born tabula rasa, a blank slate. Empty beings that are given shape by our experiences. A being that can be described as being cute, weak, helpless, and empty of thoughts, lacking of experience, an infant. For Miyazaki's interview, in the world of Bloodborne, babies are treated as special. In one way or the other are offered as lures to the Great One. The Great Ones have all lost their children because of their positions, and as a result, they're attracted to these special babies. The babies are one way of calling them. Going to use the VOD to fall asleep too. Let's go, Toffee. The hunter can find a note in Yahar'gul left by a dead hunter, which reads, "Nightmarish rituals crave a newborn. Find one and silence its harrowing cry." The first instinct of the player is to associate this with the school mensis. They must be using some child to perform the ritual. But Mikulish, with his students, are only following in his footsteps of Master Willem, trying to reproduce the success of the Loyalists of Bergenworth. As you once did for the vacuous Rom, grant us eyes, plant eyes on our brains to cleanse our beastly idiocy. Rom is not a great one. In fact, Bloodborne causes understandable confusion in that it refers to many different species, factions, and groups as belonging to a singular group, the Great Ones. But the kin, ascended mortals who bleed a clear serum, are not fully fledged, complete, and whole Great Ones like the Moon Presence, the Wet Nurse, or the Orphan. They are merely kin of the cosmos. Killing Rom does not drop a Great One cold blood. Killing Rom drops a kin cold blood. Rom, daughter of Willem, either literally or metaphorically, born from the fruits of his research and used to ascend. Look at the way she moves, desperately backing away from the hunter. She seems almost infantile, unlike the rest of the kin that are encountered. Rom has no natural defense mechanisms other than her ability to manipulate energy. If you ask me, she doesn't look like a spider at all. She looks like a caterpillar, the infant form of a butterfly, one that may have become beautiful. That's chapter 1, everybody. Alright, chapter 2. The Healing Church, Lady Maria, Yusefka, and Abridas. If it's blood you're interested in, you should try the Healing Church. The church controls all knowledge on blood ministration. There's 10 chapters, yeah. Yeah, I think I remember you guys telling me that. And all varieties of blood. Across the valley of the east of Yharnam lies the town of the Healing Church, known as the Cathedral Ward, and deep within the Cathedral Ward is the old Grand Cathedral, the birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood, or so they say. Yharnamites don't share much with outsiders. Normally they wouldn't linger near this place, but the hunt is on tonight. This might be your chance. I kind of butchered that paragraph, not gonna lie. Can't wait to play this, let's go. Yeah, this is covering like everything. There are spoilers, but like, does it matter? You don't even see the boss's designs and stuff, so up to you. But yeah, I personally, like, I don't think it matters, but I also wouldn't read a 107-page lore document. So you know. It's the first concrete objective the PC hunter can make for themselves. Get to the Healing Church and look for answers. The Healing Church is the institution that, while it technically doesn't rule over Yharnam, serves as the city's anchor and structure. It is from the Healing Church that the art of blood ministration, the art of that Yharnam would become famous for, was first brought. With the use of the Healing Church's special blood, they were able to cure any disease, forming a religion devoted to the worship of gods and blood. When tales of the curative properties of Yharnam blood spread, those suffering from incurable diseases often travel to Yharnam in order to seek out their last chance at salvation. The PC hunter was one such individual, according to promotional information leading up to the release of Bloodborne. In search of blood that can cure any disease, the player character travels to Yharnam. But what is the Healing Church? Where does it come from, and most importantly, what is the secret behind their special blood? Alright, see ya Ash, thanks for stopping in. For starters, I will use only information and evidence that can be found inside of the game. I will save my personal interpretations and beliefs for the end, so that you can make up your own mind about the evidence presented. The first sane member of the Healing Church the PC Hunter encounters is Alfred the Executioner. From Alfred, the Hunter learns more about the roots of the Healing Church. The Healing Church is the foundation of blood healing. Well, I'm a simple hunter. They repeat the bold sections every chapter. Okay, good to know. Well, I'm a simple hunter, quite unfamiliar with the ins and outs of the institution. But I have heard that the holy medium of the blood healing is venerated in the main cathedral, and that the concilers of the old church reside in the high stratum of the cathedral ward. The tomb of the gods, carved out below Yharnam, should be familiar to every hunter. Well, once a group of young Bergenware scholars discovered a holy medium deep within inside the tomb. This led to the founding of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. I hear my sibling vacuuming and I thought it was my computer about to explode. It is. It is. The short story is that a group of scholars in Bergenworth discovered blood of incredible power in the tombs underneath. Specifically, they discovered old blood. The old blood and knowledge of the Great Ones that existed led to a revolution in the college's theories and experiments. But Master William, head of the Bergenworth College, disagreed with the idea of using old blood of the Great One to advance humanity. Hear the old blood, Master Willem to Lawrence. This led to the Bergenworth Schism, in which a group of scholars led by Lawrence left Bergenworth and founded the Healing Church. There are 4 individuals whom we know were founders of the church, though they may very well have been unnamed others: Lawrence, Gurman, Mikolish, and Maria. Lawrence became the first vicar, founding a new religion and promising a cure to any disease through the use of his miraculous blood ministration. A note found in the Grand Cathedral reads, "Heir to the ritual of blood, purveyor of ministration. Place your hand on the altar's sacred covering and inscribe Master Lawrence's adage upon your flesh." Lawrence and his blood ministration brought a new era into Yharnam, a culture of blood worship spreading through the population. But with the tainted blood of great ones flowing through the human veins, the scourge of the beast came to Yharnam. Those who had been ministered by the old blood were susceptible to coming under the effects of the scourge. In response to this, Gehrman, one of the men who had sided with Lawrence in the Bergenworth Schism, founded the workshop. Located in a hidden area of the upper cathedral ward, the workshop was a place of training of elite warriors, dispatched by the church to hunt the beasts and prevent panic from spreading throughout the population. The hunter attire reads, one of the standard articles of hunter attire fashioned at the workshop. A fine piece of hunter attire that provides stable defense to anyone facing Yharnam's beastly threat. Allows one to stalk beasts unannounced by cover of night. The last sentence is the most important. Allows one to stalk beasts unannounced by cover of night. Originally, the workshop was likely a secret institution. The hunters wore no symbols and had no uniform, save for the Saw Hunter badge, which each kept in order to identify one another. Badge crafted long ago at the workshop attests to one's prowess as a hunter of beasts. The workshop is gone, and no group recognizes this meaningless badge. They operated in the cover of darkness, disposing of Yharnamites who had succumbed to the scourge of beasts, likely as more of a cover-up than anything to prevent the public from becoming aware that the blood they were being ministered was turning them into monsters. But what of Maria? According to Maria's hunting attire, among the first hunters, all students of Gehrman, was the lady hunter Maria. Maria's distancing distantly related to the queen, but had great admiration for Gehrman, unaware of his curious mania. Born in Canehurst, Maria was a beautiful woman, no doubt even by the Canehurst standards. While she was a relative of the queen to the aristocratic nobles of Canehurst, this likely meant very little. No doubt every noble was dying to tell everyone they knew about how they were Annalise's 12th cousin, 7th removed. And so the relation probably didn't mean much. Unlike the rest of her people, however, Maria disliked the use of blood weaponry, as stated by the Rakuyo. The sword feeds not off of blood, but instead demands great dexterity. Lady Maria was fond of this aspect of the Rakuyo, as she frowned upon blood blades, despite being a distant relative of the queen. However, after the events that took place at the fishing hamlet, Maria could no longer bear to wield a weapon, as she and Gehrman retrieved the orphan for Bergenworth. Maria threw Rakuyo into the hamlet's well. One day she abandoned her beloved Rakuyo, casting it into a dark well, when she could stomach it no longer. We as the player first hear of Lady Maria from the patients in the Nightmare Research Hall. They call out to her and speak of her with genuine admiration and even love. They even ask her to hold their hand, or to help them, or to care for them. Key to the balcony on the first floor of the research hall, Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower gave this to the patient, Adeline. Maria had hoped Adeline would find comfort in the faint breeze that carried the scent of flowers from the outside, but Adeline couldn't fathom her intentions. Jeez Louise. It seems that Maria genuinely cared for the patients of the church's experiments, as she went out of her way to try and make Adeline more comfortable in her suffering. While the experiments themselves were gruesome, there's no evidence that there was any malicious intent towards the patients themselves. Though it might have been their madness, the patients all seemed to be there willingly, even apologizing for being failures in the experimentation. But eventually Maria died. Her passing marks the end of an era, the beginning of a transition from the old church and the old hunters into the new ones, the ones that we find ourselves engaging in the present. But how did Maria die? When we meet her, she is noticeably dead, at least as dead as a consciousness can be. The evidence seems to point towards a slit throat, as the blood on her blouse has traveled down from her neck. In addition, during her boss fight, she visibly stabs herself in the throat in order to initiate a second phase of the battle. This seems to point towards Maria's death as an act of suicide, slitting her own throat. This book is it's about Bloodborne, so this is just covering all the Bloodborne lore, which is a Souls-like PS4 exclusive. Yeah. But let us pause for a moment to remember the individual other than Gehrman and Maria who left with Lawrence, Mikuláš. There is very little information on Mikuláš and on the School of Mensis, which was no doubt founded to continue the work at Bergenworth. Mikuláš founded his institution in a city hidden by the church, Yahar'gul. From here, Mikuláš could research in secret while supposedly reporting to Lawrence. The Upper Cathedral Ward key states, the upper echelons of the Healing Church are formed by the School of Mensis, based in the Unseen Village, and the choir occupying the Upper Cathedral Ward. The School of Mensis was likely there first, as its research more closely resembles Bergenworth, and its practice of researching in secrecy matches the Healing Church's early strategy of working for the most part behind the scenes. Everything changed with Old Yharnam. Ashen blood was a horrible epidemic that spread like wildfire. Naturally, in order to cure the disease, blood ministration was used in excess on each and every one of the victims. This would lead to the scourge, as referenced by the antidote tablets, small medicinal tablets that counteract poison, used to treat ashen blood, the baffling sickness that ravaged old Yarnum long ago. These tablets only provided short-term relief. The ashen blood ailment eventually triggered the spread of the beastly scourge. After old Yarnum, the scourge could no longer be kept a secret. The workshop was disbanded and replaced with a new group that would become the Healing Church Hunters, led by the hunter Ludwig. The workshop was no longer necessary and was sealed away. It is likely at this time that the Healing Church took control over Yarnum, the church effectively acting as the governing body of the city. With the church firmly seated in power as the saviors who had brought the blood ministration to Yarnum, the choir was formed in the upper reaches of the city. By now, the Healing Church was being run not by Lawrence and Gurman, but by the generation who came after them. The choir ruled over the church while Ludwig's hunters formed the new ranks of the church's police force. The School of Mensis remained, but likely grew further and further apart from the church over time, likely dissatisfied with the progress of research that had been made since the church split from Bergenworth. The choir began to research the blood of the Great Ones. Also keep the good work because you deserve the 5.2k stream views last stream. Hell yeah. That was really random. Like, my stream does not do like 100th of that usually on YouTube. Let's see. Where was I? The choir garb states, members of the choir are both the highest ranking clerics of the Healing Church and scholars who continued the work that began at Bergenworth. It is uncertain how much of the church's religion was merely used as a figurehead. It's not clear if the choir truly believed that the Great Ones were gods, or if they simply used that as a way to legitimize their research. They certainly acknowledged that the Great Ones, if not gods, were certainly godlike. The level of detail devoted to the sacred symbols and carvings in the church can only display a veneration of the Great Ones as superior beings, specifically the formless Great One, Odin. To get a closer look at the choir's motivations and research, let's take a moment to analyze Dr. Yusefka, a character whom the PC hunter encounters very early in the story. I'm gonna watch this on stream while I play Roblox. Let's go. Have fun. Bloodborne begins with the PC hunter awakening in the first floor of Dr. Yusefka's clinic after receiving their very first blood ministration. Yusefka is the very first NPC that the hunter can encounter in Bloodborne. After the hunter dies to the wolf beast and is sent to the hunter's dream, returning the weaponry, marking them a hunter. If the player travels back up the stairs towards the clinic, they will encounter the door locked and barred. Through a crack in the door, we see a woman dressed in white, with whom we can speak. Are you out on the hunt? Then I'm very sorry, but I cannot open this door. I am Yusefka. The patients here in my clinic must not be exposed to infection. I know that you hunt for us for our town, but I'm sorry. Please. This is all that I can do. Yusefka will assist the hunter by providing them with her specially concentrated blood, capable of fully healing the hunter. The product of a slow and careful refinement process, this rare blood vial appears to be a clinic original. The hunter can return to Yusefka at any time to collect more blood, but can only carry a single vial at a time. This changes, however, after the death of Father Gascoigne. This time when the hunter comes to Yusefka, there will be no blood provided. Instead, the doctor will ask the hunter to direct any individuals they come across to her clinic, so that they can be treated and cured. From this point onwards, the doctor speaks with a slightly deeper tone of voice, and is in fact voiced by a completely different person. While Yusefka's voice actress is credited as being Jenny Funnel, there's a second credit to an imposter doctor, credited to an actress named Lucy Briggs Owen. From this point onwards, Yusefka will ask the hunter to bring her more and more people, assuring that they are being taken proper care of. As a reward for the hunter, if the hunter begins to bring her people, she will eventually start providing the player with blue elixirs. Blue elixir is described as dubious liquid medicine used in strange experiments conducted by high ministers of the healing church. A rather chilling item indeed for a common blood ministration doctor to be carrying. But it isn't useless unless the hunter finds the back entrance to the clinic, accessible by climbing up an adjacent building connected to the Forbidden Woods, that the truth of Yusefka's research can be discovered. Here the results of the research is discovered. Any NPCs that the hunter sent in the past to Yusefka's clinic will be found, transformed, and twisted into celestials, blue-skinned kin of the cosmos. If the hunter sent nobody to the clinic, they will only find a single celestial located in the sick room. Upon its death, it drops one of Yusefka's blood vials, possibly one that was being saved for the hunter and upon the player's return. These are presumably the remains of the true Yusefka, whom the player meets at the beginning of the game. As the hunter travels upstairs towards the top of the clinic, one of the two events will take place. If the hunter goes to the top of the clinic before the blood moon has risen, the imposter Yusefka will attack the hunter. She wields a threaded cane and a repeating pistol, and if her health is low enough, will even attack with the hunter with a call beyond, the ultimate weapon of the healing church. One of the secret rites of the choir. Long ago, the healing church used phantasms to reach a lofty plane of darkness, but failed to make contact with outer reaches of the cosmos. The rite failed to achieve its intended purpose, but instead created a small exploding star, now a powerful part of the choir's arsenal. At times, failure is the mother of invention. The false Yusefka is one of the 4 NPCs who wield a call beyond, the other 3 being Mikulish, the Forgotten Madman, and Yuri, the choir member found in Bergenworth Mansion. We can infer from this revelation that the false Yusefka is a member of the choir relocating from the upper cathedral ward to Yusefka's clinic in order to continue her research, possibly because of the fact that due to the spread of the scourge of the beasts and the cathedral ward is no longer a safe place to operate. That is a crazy run-on sentence. Look at how long this shit is. That's literally a run-on paragraph. Upon killing the false Yusefka, she will drop a powerful Odin Writhe rune. Interestingly enough, the hunter can locate a weaker version of the Odin Writhe rune by killing Adela the nun, or by looting it off of the celestial she becomes if the hunter sent her to Yusefka's clinic. This connection only reinforces the false Yusefka's affiliation with the church and that she held a rank of higher importance than a nun. But this is only one of 2 possible events that can occur in Yusefka's clinic. If the hunter goes to the top of the clinic after the blood moon has risen, they will find her on all 4s, perched on one of the operating tables. God, I'm nauseous. Have you ever felt this? It's progressing. I can see things. I knew it. I'm different. I'm no beast. Oh God, it feels awful. But it proves that I'm chosen. Don't you see how they writhe inside my head? It's rather rapturous. With enough time to conclude her research, Yusefka has begun her ascension. Killing her can drop what I believe is the orphan's umbilical cord, which was recovered by the choir. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break, everybody. My nose is like doing weird things. We are 39 of 185. That is a little more than a 1/6 of the way through, so that sounds about right. But I'll be right back, everybody. I'm gonna hide the cartoons to keep the atmosphere. Alright, we're back. Back to the grind set, everybody. But what was this research? What did the choir do? How did they do it? This brings the final topic of our current analysis. Abrides, daughter of the cosmos. Abrides is found in the depths of the orphanage. Described as key to the orphanage, birthplace of the choir. The orphanage, shadowed by the Grand Cathedral, was a place of scholarships and experimentation, where young orphans became potent, unseen thinkers of the healing church. The choir, that would later split the healing church, was a creation of the orphanage. I'm like out of breath, I don't know why. We have established previously that it was originally the School of Mensis, which performed research for the church in the secrecy of Yahar Ghul. However, with the growth of the church's power, after the cleansing of Old Yarnum, there was no longer a need for secrecy, and a new effort was put forward into spreading the old blood. It would be a choir who would fulfill this need, with the orphanage as their laboratory. Note that the orphanage is located directly behind the Grand Cathedral. We can recall Gilbert mentioning, deep within the cathedral ward is the old Grand Cathedral, the birthplace of the healing church's special blood. But the cathedral is not the source of the blood. While it is provided to the public from the Grand Cathedral, it actually originates in the orphanage, from Abrides and the Celestials. Abrides is the left-behind Great One, whatever that means, and communed and worked with the healing church in their research. We find multiple references to this. One of the secret rites of the healing of the choir, oh my god, high-ranking members of the healing church use phantasms, the invertebrates known to be augurs of the Great Ones, to partially summon abandoned Abrides. One of the few rites that allowed one to directly utilize the power of the Great Ones, and evidence that the choir had approached the Eldritch Truth, augur of Abrides. Great chalices unlock deeper reaches of the labyrinth. The Great Is chalice became the cornerstone of the choir, the elite delegation of the healing church. But it was also the first chalice brought back to the surface since the time of Bergenworth, and allowed the choir to have an audience with Abrides, the Great Is chalice. But who is Abrides? What is her purpose? What research did she allow the healing church to perform? And what relation does she have to the Great Ones and the Old Blood? What follows is my interpretation. I'm just going to skip that. The healing church operated in secrecy in its formative days. Mikulish slowly his own research into the Old Blood through kidnappings and experimentation. Lawrence administered the Old Blood to the ill, and those who succumbed to the scourge of the beasts were eliminated under the cover of darkness by Gehrman's hunters. While this was going on, the church quietly continued their research into the Great Ones, independent from Bergenworth. Initially, the only Great One that the healing church had identified had been Kos, the Great One from the depths of the ocean. The church's experimentation into the Great Ones therefore revolved around water, as described by the brain fluid. In the early days of the healing church, the Great Ones were linked to the ocean, and so cerebral patients would imbibe water and listen for the howl of the seas. Brain fluid writhed inside the head, the initial makings of internal eyes. It was a fruitless pursuit, however, for as far as we know, the Great Ones did not originate from the sea, but from the dreamlands and the cosmos. As such, the experiments were failures. Overseeing the research from the astral clock tower was Lady Maria. After the Hamlet massacre, Maria refused to hunt again. Instead, she began to run research toward the Great Ones for the budding healing church. But her thoughts could never leave the blasphemous nature of what she and Gehrman had done at the Hamlet. How the orphan had been ripped from its mother's womb, nor would she be allowed to forget. Atonement for wretches by the wrath of Mother Cos. Not all of the hamlet had been destroyed. The parasites that had inhibited their Mother Cos had managed to infest the villagers, transforming them into descended kin of the cosmos. Gehrman was the first hunter, and Maria his greatest pupil. In this sense, they could be seen as a father and mother of all hunters. Anyone who calls themselves a hunter, no matter what organization they associate themselves with, is a descendant in some way from Gehrman and Maria, who murdered the Orphan of Cos. Fake news, I murdered the Orphan of Cos. You take that back. Curse the fiends, their children too, and their children forever true. Perhaps Maria was haunted by unending nightmares of what she had done. Perhaps in her frustration, she desperately continued her experiments. Surely something had to come out of these atrocities she had committed. But each and every one of her experiments was another failure, another dead end. The patients began to notice her frustration with them, sobbing, apologizing for their failures, begging her for forgiveness. Maybe over time she became less and less compassionate with the patients, and more racked with guilt. On one hand, her desire to uncover the truth behind Cos and the Great Ones could not have stopped, but on the other hand, she cared for her patients at the research hall, and did not want to see them suffer. She could only see one way out. Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. Only an honest death will kill you now. Liberate you from your wild curiosity, Lady Maria. And so she ended her own life. Her death marked the end of an era. By this point, Mikulish and the School of Mensis had already begun to draw further and further away from the rest of the healing church. With her death, Gehrman spiraled into depression, and the elite workshop was sealed away and abandoned. The old, secretive, quiet healing church had begun to die. It may have fallen apart completely, were it not for the events of Old Yharnam. The church had always relied on gaining new followers through the use of their miraculous disease-curing blood. And Old Yharnam gave them the perfect opportunity to display their religion to the masses. After Old Yharnam's cleansing, the healing church exploded in power and fame. They could no longer operate in secrecy, and they needed a much more significant source of blood. The Great Is Chalice became the cornerstone of the choir, the elite delegation of the healing church. It was also the first great chalice brought back to the surface since the time of Bergenworth, and allowed the choir to have an audience with the Breedis. And so the choir was born, an elite delegation of old scholars and clerics. The choir would become the new ipso facto leaders of the healing church. The choir plunged into the tomb deeper than anyone had gone since the days of Bergenworth, looking for a greater source of blood and a way in which to bring their research to the next level. They traveled to the ruins of the Thumerian city of Iz, which had not been entered since the time of the Bergenworth scholars. They went to meet with the Breedis, daughter of the cosmos. The Great Is Chalice was relocated to the orphanage located behind the Grand Cathedral, and would serve as a main laboratory for the choir. Interestingly, we see many carriages throughout our time in Yharnam. Many players will recall seeing or leaving notes in front of them, with charming or amusing words such as despicable infant. But where are all the babies? We encounter no child-sized coffins in the streets of Yharnam, but many carriages. Where we do find child-sized coffins is in the upper cathedral ward. In the orphanage, the choir communed with the Breedis and used their new knowledge to experiment on the babies that were either abandoned or sent to the orphanage. It is even possible that after the widespread epidemic of the scourge, the choir went through the public and gathered all the babies and children of Yharnam, under the pretense of protecting them, until the hunt was over. Yharnamites would have no reason not to trust the church, and were likely delighted that their governing body had such concern for the welfare of their children. In the Lumen Flower Gardens, we could see the results of their experience. experiments. Look at the way the Celestials seem to grow from the ground. Even the name garden seems to suggest an almost sickening way in which the Celestials were harvested from the ground like crop. This was the source of Yharnam's special blood. The children who were elevated to becoming Celestials were then harvested and used as blood for the church, a renewable resource that would allow them to provide an entire city with as much blood as it needs. The false Yusefka was one such researcher, who fled to the clinic after the Upper Cathedral Ward was lost to the Scourge. The presence of the Scourge Beast in the Upper Cathedral Ward only proves that the Scourge was too much for even the choir to handle, and that the researchers likely fled. One researcher fled to Bergenworth, the first member of the choir that the player character Hunter encounters. The choir member Yuri is seen wandering the second floor of the Bergenworth mansion. She even wears a blindfold cap, reminding us that members of the choir are both the highest ranking clerics of the Healing Church and scholars who continue the work that began at Bergenworth. The eye covering indicates their depth to the teachings of Master Willem, even though their paths diverge. Does that mean, is Yuri like the real boss of Bergenworth, that like NPC you have to fight? Is that who they're talking about? The choir had an enormous respect for Master Willem, even though they split away from him. There was never any violence between the two factions in Bergenworth, only a difference in philosophy that led to the inevitable separation. It is no wonder that the choir never disposed of Master Willem. They truly saw him as a highly respected figure in their history. In fact, Master Willem had achieved what the choir so desperately yearned for. He had ascended to the level of gods. In the beginning days of Bloodborne's release, all anyone could talk about in regards to lore was Yusefka. Who is she? Is she an imposter? When do they switch? Which is the real one? So much focus was placed on the false Yusefka that the real one got swept away. People were so engrossed with the revelation that Yusefka was replaced with an imposter that they stopped looking at the original. Who was Yusefka? Like the imposter, she wore the white church garb, which tells us these doctors are superiors to the black preventative hunters and specialists in experimentally blacked blood administration and the scourge of beasts. They believe that the medicine is not a means of treatment, but rather a method for research, and that some of the knowledge can be attained by exposing oneself to sickness. This implies that Yusefka was a high-ranking member of the church and a specialist on experimental blood. Now look at the back of Yusefka's clinics. Bodies have been dumped into pits, vials upon vials upon vials of blood have been collected. Hundreds of research notes have been written. There is also Celestials in the Forbidden Woods, who appear to have wandered off from the clinic. How could this be the work of false Yusefka, when the original Yusefka doesn't get replaced until the death of Father Gascoigne? Furthermore, how was she replaced in the first place? There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever that it is possible to copy someone's face. There's only one type of woman that has the same face as another, a sister. In the back of Yusefka's clinic, we find a half-transformed Celestial dead on an operating table. Yusefka isn't some innocent doctor. She's the one who invented the process in the first place. This explains why Yusefka's blood vials can be found in the Nightmare of Mensis. As the School of Mensis and the choir shared their research, it is possible that Yusefka's blood vial is itself the key to Celestial transformation. Clinic original. Who knows what might have happened had we consumed enough of it. Extra Life says she's on the first floor defending Willem. So I think that is who I'm thinking of, right? When the false Yusefka fled to the clinic, she brought with her an artifact that the choir had previously recovered from Bergenworth. The Orphan's Cord of the Eye. The false Yusefka sought to ascend just as Master Willem had, by lining her brain with eyes in the manner he had done so many years ago. How they writhe inside my head. It's rather rapturous. She isn't pregnant at all, but instead has run out of time to continue her experimentation. In her last-ditch effort, she imbibes Willem's cord, but it doesn't work, as evidenced by the fact that she bleeds a dark red. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt, the first note that the player receives. Many players have noticed that there are certain enemies which bleed not red, but a clear, almost pale colored blood. However, this is not the specific pale blood. If this indeed was the blood of a great one, there would be a few figures whom we would believe to bleed pale, but in fact bleed a dark red themselves. Amygdala, the orphan, the wet nurse, and the moon presence. There are, however, certain figures which bled what I call a serum. Celestials, brain suckers, Master Willem, Rom, and Abritus. Rom, an ascended mortal, does bleed red if the hunter attacks her stomach, as do her spider kin, but if the hunter attacks the eyes and head of Rom, or her progeny, they bleed the serum of kin. Serum is not blood of the Great Ones, but rather blood of the kin of the cosmos. Those who were once mortal, but ascended to becoming kin of the Great Ones. Notice how Abritus is mentioned as being the daughter of the cosmos. But this doesn't follow, as every Great One loses its child. Instead, the Great Ones yearn for surrogates. Abritus was possibly Thumerian, as she is found by the scholars in the Thumerian city. It is well documented that the Thumerians' research and experimentation with the old blood led to their ascension as they neared the eldritch truth. However, they were struck down before they could truly ascend to being great ones. The scourge of beasts spread throughout the people. The blood moon rose, the great ones descended, and a womb was left with the child. Yarnam's pregnancy with Murgo was a failure, and so, in search of a surrogate, Abritus, possibly a researcher of Thumuru, ascended to the level of Great Ones. It is so very interesting to me how Abritus is repeatedly referred to as being left behind. Abritus is not a true Great One. Instead, she was ascended to becoming kin, just as Willem did. The Thumerians are ancient. Who knows how long it would take her to develop into her current form. Perhaps in 1,000 years, Master Willem will look much like her as well. She was abandoned as the Great Ones left after the devastation of Thumuru. And so she waited in the labyrinth, caring for phantasms, small slug-like creatures, which were named as being familiars of the Great Ones. And when the scholars stumbled upon her in Iz, she would have finally found an outlet with which to commune with the outside world. Willem and the scholars met with Abritus, and through her, they began their research of the old blood, the tainted blood of Abritus, surrogate child of the cosmos. It was through Abritus's tainted blood that the tragedy which struck Thumuru would be doomed to repeat itself in the city of Yarnam. Abritus seems to get her name from the Abritus butterfly, a species of butterfly found in South America, which matches the, although admittedly distorted form, of Abritus, as having an almost butterfly-like appearance. When we meet her, she is found in front of a corpse of a vacuous spider. Remember that even though something may die in the waking world, its consciousness can continue to survive in the dreamlands. Abritus had lost her daughter, Rom. It's a tragedy, really. Every Great One loses its child. But there were many surrogates to be found in the baby carriages of Yarnam. Chapter 3. We are a fifth of the way. Let's see. 51 out of... No, we're like a fourth of the way. So I guess these get shorter. So maybe this won't take 6 hours. Chapter 3. Jura, the Powder Kegs, Ashen Blood, and Old Yarnam. Old Yarnum, burned and abandoned by men, is now home to only beasts. There are of no harm to those above. Turn back, or the hunter will face the hunt. Jura, retired hunter. The PC hunter encounters Jura for the first time upon entering Old Yarnum, in which Jura warns the hunter to leave. When the PC hunter fails to comply, he is none too pleased and becomes aggressive in his defenses of Old Yarnum. But to really discover who Jura is, let's first take a look at the history of the heretics of the workshop, the powder kegs. This is information and evidence. I'm not reading that whole thing because, like you said, it repeats. The powder kegs were, and I use the term were intentionally, a group of hunters with a flair for the dramatic and a love of complexity, intricacy, and explosiveness in their designs. They deviated from the hunting style of simplicity in designing developed by Gehrman, the first hunter, and preferred ambitious or excessive, depending on your point of view, weapon design. Influenced by a love of flame and a desire to crush and burn, they developed their main weapon of choice, the boom hammer, which is described as a trick weapon used by the old hunters and crafted by the workshop heretics. The powder kegs, a giant hammer equipped with a miniature furnace. When ignited and fired, it emits a volley of flame that explodes furiously upon impact. Crush the beasts, then burn them. The brute simplicity of the boom hammer was favored by hunters, with an acute distaste for beasts. Another slightly rarer powder keg weapon developed was the stake driver, Jura's personal weapon of choice. The stake driver is described as a trick weapon fashioned by the workshop heretics. The powder kegs, the stake driver allows for higher damage, critical attacks, but it is difficult to use and leaves the wielder wide open. But none of this should bother a mere powder keg. These two new trick weapons, among others like the rifle, spear, and whirligig saw, were drastically different from the previous designs of the hunter's workshop. However, the powder kegs didn't settle with trick weapons, even trying to implement bigger and stronger firepower into their arsenal with the cannon and the Gatling gun. We can also give the powder kegs credit for the design of the rope Molotov cocktails, seeing as gaining the powder keg badge unlocks them at the Bath Messenger. At some point in time, the powder kegs were labeled heretics and exiled from the workshop. Presumably, the powder kegs are no more, as all references to them are in the past tense, and even in their badge description refers to them as late powder kegs. They were very likely disbanded or slain quite a long time ago, seeing as nobody seems to reference them. Their association with the workshop only leads to credence to the idea of the powder kegs being a relatively old faction, as the workshop itself is no longer a relevant institution, as evidenced by the Saw Hunter badge. The workshop is gone, and no group recognizes this meaningless badge, except the messengers in the bath who understand its profundity. The only remaining trace of powder kegs is found in the retired hunter Jura. So who is Jura? His official description reads, an old veteran hunter who is said to possess amazing skill. No one has seen him in many years, and he looks like he's been on his own for some time. We look more from the description of the gray wolf cap, which states it as attire of the retired hunter Jura. This worn wolf cap has his trademark. Jura is known through his contact with the powder kegs, the heretics, and the workshop. He is said to have been both uncommonly kind and dreadfully foolish. Jura felt defeated by the state of Old Yarnum and renounced his hunter's vows. Uncommonly kind is certainly right. Jura is unique amongst any character in Bloodborne, as showing sympathy towards those affected by the scourge of the beast. The things you hunt, they're not beasts, they're people. It's also interesting to note that his cap refers to him as having contact with the powder kegs, rather than being a member. It is possible that Jura knew of the powder kegs or made friends with them, that he carries a Powder Kegs badge indicates that he at very least was some kind of honorary member. He most assuredly traveled alongside the Powder Kegs. As the description of the Gatling gun states, Jura had 3 companions, the youngest of whom used the Gatling gun. Victory is mine. I think not. Oh shit. Welcome in, Lancer and Pricey. That's crazy, you guys both showed up at the same time. But Jura's absolute most important quality is that he, like the PC Hunter, was once a part of the Hunter's dream. I no longer dream, but I was once a hunter too. You have the whole night to dream too. Make the best of it. He also knows full well that killing the PC Hunter will do nothing but stall them. If the PC dies to Jura, he remarks, I should think you still have dreams. Well, maybe next time you dream, give some thought to the hunt and its purpose. I do not believe every hunter is special like the PC and Jura. There would be much more information and general knowledge about the hunter's dream if this were the case. Certain hunters are special, chosen by Gammon and attached to the hunter's dream. The title I have given these special hunters is a Pale Blood Hunter. The doll herself admits that the PC was not the first. You know, Bloodborne is more British than American. Is it? I'm gonna take a drink real quick. Over time, countless hunters have visited this stream. The grave here stands in their memory. It all seems so long ago now. Jura was at one point a pale blood hunter like the PC Hunter, who retired from hunting and renounced his vows to live in solitude. Which brings us to Old Yarnum. While Old Yarnum is an optional location in the game, the PC Hunter is guided towards it by Gammon in order to acquire the Holy Chalice. Yes, I have. And she, by the way. But yeah. Wait, you got an incite war over there. It's a she. Yeah, thank you, Lancer. I think Lancer gets a point for that. Exactly. Old Yarnum was located... Okay, I'll just restart this paragraph. Which brings us to Old Yarnum. While Old Yarnum is an optional location in the game, the PC Hunter is guided towards it by Gammon in order to acquire the Holy Chalice. Historically, Old Yarnum was the location of a terrible disease known as Ashen Blood. Antidote tablets are described as small medicinal tablets that counteract poison, used to treat Ashen Blood, the baffling sickness that ravaged Old Yarnum a long time ago. These tablets only provide short-term relief. The tablets were used as to give temporary relief to the victims of the disease. While they were being treated by the then newly formed healing church, what would bring true relief would be the bringing of blood ministration. Oh my god, struggle on that one. The medical procedure that had become the cornerstone of Yarnum, with the ability to cure any disease, the healing church's blood ministration got to work immediately. However, as the antidote notes, welcome back, Ismail, the Ashen Blood ailment eventually triggered the spread of the beastly scourge. With blood ministration came the scourge of the beast, as the old blood used in the ministration would spread the scourge. One disease that had been contained, but treatment gave birth to the scourge, just as it had an ailing Loran. There are trace remains of medical procedures in the past of ailing Loran. Whether these were attempts to control the scourge of beasts or to cause the outbreak is unknown. Why aren't you at Burger King right now? With the scourge of beasts, too much to handle, a hunt was called. Now we have Jura, the Powder Kegs, and Old Yarnum, 3 pieces of the puzzle, but it's not unless the PC stumbles into a hidden building in Old Yarnum that pieces connect. Near Jura's tower is a hidden building that can be accessed by dropping a far distance down a ledge. Inside the building, everything comes together. Here the PC finds two corpses. One of them holds a rifle spear, the other wears a set of the charred hunter's gear. Next to them is a hunter's note. This is where it all comes together. The red moon hangs low and beasts rule the street. Are we left no other choice than to burn it all to cinders? Yo, yeah. Maybe chill out a little bit, like Ismail's saying. Alright, what follows is purely my own interpretation and beliefs based on evidence I have gathered. After Maria's death and Gehrman's self-inflicted retirement, the Healing Church lost a significant portion of its strength. The school of Mensis began to drift apart from the Healing Church proper, and it seemed as if things were spiraling downwards. As the Healing Church continued its operations and exploration in the Thumerian Labyrinth, they discovered a swamp in the Forbidden Woods, located directly behind one of the clinics. The swamp was deathly poisonous and filled with strange parasitic leeches. The poison likely came up from the hinter tombs in the labyrinth, where we could see very similar swamps. But we also find in the swamp what appeared to be lumbering giants, much like ones that the Healing Church would later employ as their officers. It's possible that the poison itself mutated those who lived into these beings. Either way, the Healing Church discovered these parasites that secreted a poisonous substance. In the Forbidden Woods, we also find the White Church garb, which reminds us that the Church believes that medicine is not a means of treatment, but rather a method of research, and some knowledge can only be obtained by exposing oneself to sickness. And so did the Church develop the ashen blood from the parasitic leeches and loose it upon Old Yharnam. As Old Yharnam began to grow sick with ashen blood, Lawrence and the Church arrived with the old blood, promising a cure to all diseases. They were hailed as saviors as they began to administrate their miraculous special blood to the people of Yharnam, swelling in power and position. But as the antidote reminds us, with ashen blood came the scourge, as those who had been treated with communion fell victims to the scourge, becoming beasts. With Gehrman gone and his old hunters disbanded, the Church had a need for a new workshop to deal with the victims of the ashen blood. The auto workshop was formed and hunters were recruited en masse to deal with the rising issue of the scourge of the beasts. These hunters, unlike the silent warriors of Gehrman, slaughtered the beasts furiously. The old hunter garb worn by auto hunters tell us that in this area, hunters were 10 a penny, indicating that during the time of the Ashen Blood Plague, it was not likely at all for unusual citizens to witness groups of hunters walking the streets in search of those who may have fallen to the scourge. It was likely a time of great fear for the people of Yharnam, not knowing who would be next to turn, who would die of the plague, or who would be swept up in the bloodshed. The streets became a constant war zone between hunter and beast as the plague spiraled out of control, and countless citizens succumbed to the scourge of the beast. Soon, the auto workshop developed into something else. As the beasts grew more and more numerous and more dangerous, the powder kegs were born. In response with them came a young man named Jura. Jura was like the PC, a pale blood hunter, guided by Gehrman. When the old Yharnam hunt began, Jura awoke in the hunter's dream. Jura acted as the PC of his time. He started weak, but gathered blood echoes and gained strength through the doll. He lit lamps, he left notes, he slew bosses, and probably died many times, reawakening at the lamp and trying again. During this time, he came into contact with the powder kegs. Jura joined the powder kegs in hunting the beasts of Old Yharnam. He grew to use their equipment, and they considered him an honorary member, and likely a friend. But as Old Yharnam grew more and more tainted with the scourge spread, when the line between man and beast was blurred, the red moon hung low. Jura, looking down at his falling comrades, opened his notebook and left a note. The red moon hangs low, and beasts rule the streets. Are we left no other choice than to burn it all to cinders? The scourge of the beast was too great, and the powder kegs could no longer stem the tide through the simply hunting beasts. The powder kegs, with their flair for their dramatic and bombastic nature and their love of flaming explosions, were not gentle with old Yarnum. The city was cleansed. The powder kegs raised the city to the grounds, with the blood moon high over the sky and the beasts overpowering. The hunters saw no choice but to burn it all down. The attire of the charged hunter gear worn by the powder kegs, who cleansed the city, states, wearers of this attire hunted down victims of the scourge who survived the raging flames and the stench of singed blood. Men, women, and children were hunted and purged. The entire city was cleansed to keep the scourge of the beast from spreading. Jura participated in all of it. It's possible that Jura tried to put a stop to it, or it's possible that he willingly, gleefully participated in the slaughter. Either way, old Yarnum was devastated and needed to recover. I'm gonna stand up. With the dawn approaching, Jura returned to the hunter's dream, where Gehrman, the first hunter, met him by the tree. Racked by guilt and shame at the carnage he had caused, he sunk to his knees and accepted his death, severing his connection to the hunter's dream. When he awoke, the sun had risen and the hunt was over. By now, the workshop had branded and condemned the powder kegs as heretics. Those powder kegs, who hadn't died in combat, had become so drunk on blood that they have been dragged into the hunter's nightmare. All that remained was Jura, so that he went to old Yarnum, where he had caused so much horror, and cast aside his hunter's vows. If nobody cared about the beasts of old Yarnum, then he would protect them from further bloodshed. You guys playing rock, paper, scissors over there? Okay. Chapter 4. We are a third of the way through. I need to go pee real quick. Part of the cons of drinking a buttload of water. I'll be right back, guys. Alrighty. Let's get back to it, everybody. I'm about to faceplant, I'm so tired. Gotta drink some poison. did wash my hands. I just ran like hell. Chapter 4, Ludwig, the Hunts, Father Gascoigne, and Eileen. Oh, what's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick. When we as players are first thrust into Bloodborne, we do not deal with eldritch monstrosities, horrible truths, or inconceivable entities beyond the reach of space and time. None of these facets of Bloodborne were ever included in the promotional material. The terrible truth of Bloodborne's Lovecraftian mythos was kept secret up until its very release. The way we first find the Hunt, thrust into it, and scared and desperate for answers. For starters, I will only use information that can be found inside the game. That excited to read more lore? Not really. In Yharnam, blood flows like water. You will find no bars in Yharnam, no pubs or taverns. Only blood is found in Yharnam. The pungent blood cocktail tells us, in Yharnam they produce more blood than alcohol, as the former is far more intoxicating. Blood is the source of pleasure, entertainment, and worship. The devotion in Yharnam. Even Ariana, a prostitute by trade, introduces herself to the hunter, not by offering sexual services, but instead offering a vial of her blood. But it is not just any blood that flows through Yharnam. Only blood permitted by the healing church is allowed to flow. The old blood, specifically Specifically the blood of Abretus, is administered to the population by special doctors known as blood ministers, who carry on an art that was first pioneered by the first vicar Lawrence. We've already discussed how Abretus gets her name from a species of butterfly, but she also gets her name from a Latin word meaning drunkenness or intoxication. Indeed, the blood of Abretus is not only aided to cleanse the Yharnam of the disease, but also provided to citizens with a drug more addictive and more intoxicating than alcohol. But with the rampant spread of old blood came the scourge of beasts. Once old Yharnam had been cleansed, and knowledge of the scourge became public knowledge. Great writing, by the way. A new way of dealing with the threat was required. Secrecy would no longer be enough, and so the workshop was retired and sealed. Instead, with the Healing Church in its new position of power, the Healing Church Hunters were born. At the forefront of this new movement would be Ludwig, the new head of the Healing Church's martial force. Gehrman told us the following: the Healing Church and the blood ministers who belonged to it were once guardians of the Hunters, and in times of the Hunter Ludwig, according to the Sword Hunter badge, Ludwig was the first of many hunters to come, many of whom were clerics. Not much is known of Ludwig's origins, but from his Radiant Sword Hunter badge, we learned that Ludwig was part of a lineage of chivalrous warriors known as the Holy Blades. The Radiant Sword indicates the heir to the willing of Ludwig, or to the will of Ludwig. These hunters, also known as Holy Blades, are what remains of an ancient line of heroes that date back to the very early age of honor and chivalry. Ludwig had a very different approach to hunting beasts than his predecessors in the workshop had, which we could see from the details of the weapons of choice. A trick weapon Ludwig typically used by Healing Church hunters. It is said that the silver sword was employed by Ludwig, the first hunter of the church. When transformed, it combines with its sheath to form a greatsword. The Healing Church workshop began with Ludwig and departed from old Gehrman's techniques to provide hunters with means to hunt more than terrifying beasts, and perhaps things still worse. A rifle typically used by the Healing Church hunters, is said that this rifle was employed by Ludwig, the first hunter of the church. Its long, heavy barrel makes up in range for what it lacks in reload speed. Ludwig's rifle exhibits several departures from the workshop's design, suggesting that the church anticipated much larger inhuman beasts. From these two weapons, we can see a drastic shift in design from Gehrman's workshop to Ludwig's. while the hunters of Gehrman's favored agile weapons, quick movement, and easily concealable tools. Ludwig's hunters wielded weapons with great force. These hunters were no longer hid in the shadows, and they walked openly wielding their weapons. After Old Yharnam, it had become painfully clear to the Healing Church that only more and more dangerous creatures would arise from the Old Blood, and so more powerful weapons would be required. Ludwig sought to deal with the scourge of beasts in a very different manner than his predecessors. In the time of Lorenz and Gehrman, the Healing Church and the workshop operated in secrecy. The School of Mensis quietly researched. Lorenz perfected blood administration, and Gehrman's hunters acted as a cleanup crew, fixers of problems. An individual would succumb, and the hunters would quietly remove them in the middle of the night, leaving the population none the wiser. With Ludwig, however, a new approach was taken. Do not ignore the populace. Arm the populace. We see this from the Yharnam hunter attire. Ludwig, the first hunter of the Healing Church, once recruited Yharnamites to serve as hunters. This hunter's attire was made for new recruits and has excellent straightforward defense, but not nearly enough to allow an ordinary man to stand any real chance against the beasts. Ludwig would deal with the beasts not through secrecy, but through purges or hunts. Arm the population, inform them, and work alongside the citizens of Yharnam to battle the beasts. The church called for the hunt. It would unfortunately cause a sort of never-ending cycle. Beasts rise in order to combat the beasts. The citizens rise up, imbibe in the old blood, and strike them down. Now that they've been tainted by the old blood, they inevitably become beasts, causing more citizens to rise up and imbibe in the old blood. Even more problematic was the fact that as the hunts called for stronger hunters would become stronger beasts. Ludwig was the first of the many of the Healing Church to come, many of whom were clerics. As it was, clerics transformed into the most hideous beasts. Hunters would become drunk on blood, addled by it, intoxicated by it. The hunters would become a threat, and so it was that we find ourselves now faced with a different group, one that seems particularly mysterious, the Hunters of Hunters. In central Yharnam, the hunters encounter Eileen the Crow, who warns them sternly, "Prepare yourself for the worst, there are no humans left, they are all flesh-hungry beasts now." It's the polar opposite of Dirge's warning, that the beasts are still humans. Eileen belongs to the mysterious organization known as the Hunters of Hunters, detailed in the Hunter rune. This red smudged rune means hunter, and has been adopted by those who have taken the Hunter of Hunters oath. These watchmen admonish those who have become addled with blood, be they men's or beasts or anyone who has threatened pledges of Hunter's oath. Surely has an issue with blood. Only you got Eileen's rune. I don't need it. I beat the game without it. I didn't need it. The Hunters of Hunters, it would appear, are an order old as the workshop itself, tasked with disposing hunters who have been lost by the intoxication of old blood. The Crow Hunter's badge tells us the badge of the Hunters of Hunters is quietly passed down from generation to generation, usually to an outsider from the hinterlands. The use of the singular "an outsider" seems to imply that there is only ever one Hunter of Hunters at any point in time, typically once a generation. It is interesting that it specifies that the Hunter of Hunters are typically outsiders. Eileen herself speaks with an accent unlike a Yharnamite. Perhaps whoever the Hunter of Hunters are, it was decided that Yharnamites, blood drunk that they were not to be trusted with this important task. All the pretty women I meet are from that country. Wait, what are you talking? Oh, I see. Pickle single-handedly made me support. Oh, let's go. Hell yeah. A hunter must hunt. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna come back to it. What's the Hunter of Hunters origins that interests me the most? Where on earth did they come from? The crow feather attire gives us a small amount of information. Hunters of Hunters dress as crows to suggest sky burial. The first Hunter of Hunters came from a foreign land and gave the dead a virtuous native funeral ritual, rather than impose a blasphemous Yarnum burial service upon them, with the hope that former compatriots might be returned to the skies and find the rest in the hunter's dreams. The explicit mention of the hunter's dream is very, very peculiar. Eileen herself appears to know about the hunter's dream, as if the PC hunter attacks and dies to her, she will respond by instructing them, "Tell the doll I said hello." Damn. Like Jura, Eileen appears to have been at one point a dreamer, a pale blade hunter like the player character. No more dreams for me, this is my last chance. It's not the only link that Eileen and the Hunters of Hunters have to Gehrman in this hunter's dream. The Blades of Mercy, the weapon of Hunters states, a special trick weapon passed down among Hunters of Hunters, one of the oldest weapons of the workshop. Splits into two when activated, the weapon's warped blades are forged with a siderite, a mineral of the heavens. One of the oldest weapons indeed, the Blades of Mercy are one of the only trick weapons made of siderite, a rare material that fell from the heavens. The other is Gehrman's Burial Blade, the first of the trick weapons, a master that defined an entire array of weapons crafted at the workshop. Its blade is forged with siderite, said to have fallen from the heavens. Exactly what connection Gehrman has to the Hunter of Hunters is unknown. It's possible that the Hunter of Hunters were formed to police and oversee the workshop, or it's possible that they may be a splinter faction that separated from Gehrman. Whatever their reasons, their methods are clear. Find hunters who have succumbed to bloodlust and end them. Two such Hunter of Hunters would be Eileen's target, or two such hunters, not Hunter of Hunters. Henrique and Gascoigne. Father Gascoigne is the first official boss in Bloodborne. While it's possible to fight the cleric beast, that boss is optional. Gascoigne serves as the first true boss fight in the game, and he's the only one that serves as a very cold wake-up call to the player. Like many Souls veterans, I walked into Bloodborne with a very specific mindset: caution. Study the opponent, look for weakness, wait for their guard to be down, strike once back, watch, strike. It's a very slow, cautious, passive playstyle that the Souls games have hardened in many players. Gascoigne seems to be placed so early in the game specifically for players like that. Gascoigne has the exact same tools that the Hunter can wield. He uses the Hunter Axe as his weapon and a blunderbuss as his firearm. He can be staggered and he can stagger. He's a parallel to the player in this manner. Really, the only difference between Gascoigne and the Hunter is the insanely aggressive manner in which he fights. Gascoigne charges with blind abandonment. He weaves through the fight swiftly, dodging attacks and keeping pressure on the Hunter. It's almost a direct message to the player from the developers. You have the same tools as him, why are you losing? He's not being unfair, he's not cheating, he's just playing the game just like you. So why is he slaughtering you? The player quickly learns that they must adapt to Gascoigne or they will die. Passivity is no longer a valid strategy in order to master Bloodborne. The player must be swift, aggressive, and unrelenting like Gascoigne. But once Gascoigne's health gets low enough, he will transform. He will succumb fully to the Scourge, becoming a powerful beast that will relentlessly assault the Hunter. But to really understand Gascoigne, let's start at the beginning and analyze what we can learn from the game itself. Pricey, get it right. She got him. Anyway, from Gascoigne's attire, we learned that Father is a title used for clerics in a foreign land, and there's no such rank in the Healing Church. This would simply imply that Gascoigne came to Yarnum, like many others, in search of the miraculous blood ministration. which was rumored to cure any disease. The PC hunter was one such individual, as was Gilbert and likely many others. Like Eileen and Gilbert, Gascoigne's voice had an accent that differs slightly from Yarnamite's. Seeing as Gascoigne wears attire similar to that of the Healing Church Watcher and wields the weapons of the workshop, he was clearly trained as a healing church hunter after he came to Yarnam. But his attire notes the dingy scarf of a holy shawl and symbol of the Healing Church, from which Gascoigne would eventually part ways. It's unclear exactly why Gascoigne left the church, but perhaps he left in order to raise a family. After all, Gascoigne's daughter can be spoken to in Yarnam, hiding in their house. Indeed, the daughter provides the last key piece of information on Gascoigne. Are you a hunter? Then please, will you look for my mom? Daddy never came back from the hunt, and she went to find him, but now she's gone too. I'm all alone and scared. It would seem that when the hunt was called, Gascoigne answered. Though he had left the church, he still rose up to cleanse the streets along with the rest of Yarnam. When he didn't return, his wife Viola went off looking for him. My mom wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and beautiful, you won't miss it. When we find Gascoigne, he is hacking a corpse to pieces. He turns to the hunter, having finally succumbed to the old blood. I see. Stop it. On a nearby balcony, a red brooch dangles from a corpse of a woman. But how did it all come to this? What happened to Ludwig? What is the story behind Father Gascoigne, and why is Eileen in Yarnam? This is purely my own interpretation. Everything changed after Old Yarnam. The church, seen as saviors, were now in control. No longer did they require secrecy. Instead, they flourished and gained power. With this power, and with the power of the scrying courage, the workshop was retired and replaced with the Healing Church Hunters, led by a hunter named Ludwig. Ludwig was a courageous, honorable, and chivalrous man who took a new approach to the hunters by recruiting openly, training the population of Yarnam to combat the dangers of the hunt, and working on designing new weapons to eliminate the beasts without issue. Ludwig was heir to the legacy of ancient heroes known as the Holy Blade, dating back to many generations. It's possible he was one of Gehrman's apprentices, who succeeded after his retirement and was put in charge of the new reformed workshop in the Upper Cathedral Ward. It's in this workshop that we can find the Radiant Sword Hunter badge, which allows the player to purchase Ludwig's blade and rifle. But the Radiant Sword Hunter badge also unlocks another piece of equipment, the Tomb Prospector attire. It is described as follows: attire of the Tomb Prospector, who explored the old labyrinth on behalf of the Healing Church. The Healing Church traces its roots to Bergenworth, and is therefore aware of the rune's true importance. They contain much more than mere hunter trinkets. Indeed, they hide the very secrets of the old Great Ones, sought after by those with the insight to imagine greatness. We can now get a bit of a better picture of Ludwig's arsenal. Judging from the equipment made available by his badge, Ludwig wielded a holy blade and a rifle, his weapon of choice. Along with them, he wore Tomb Prospector attire, or at least he did at one point. It's possible that Ludwig traveled into the labyrinth in search of a weapon, or an answer to put the end to the scourge once and for all. Maybe he simply wanted the truth, to know where the scourge came from. What he found was the Holy Moonlight Greatsword, an arcane sword discovered long ago by Ludwig. When blue moonlight dances around the sword and it channels the abyssal cosmos, its great blade will hurl a light shadow wave. The Holy Moonlight Sword is synonymous with Ludwig, the Holy Blade, but few have ever set eyes on the Great Blade, and whatever guidance it has to offer, it seems to be a very private, elusive sort. It must have been fate that the heir of the legacy of Holy Blades would find such a weapon. Within hand, Ludwig truly did become the Holy Blade, a hero to the people who feared the Scourge of Beasts, and a leader to the Church of Hunters who followed him into battle. But as the Moonlight Sword description states, few people ever saw the blade. It would seem that Ludwig kept it very close to him, not allowing others to lay eyes upon it. Ah, you were at my side all along, my true mentor, my guiding moonlight. Pricey, you gotta chill out, dude. You guys gotta stop fighting each other. You guys gotta chill out. Chill out! The Holy Moonlight Sword was more than just a blade. The blade offered guidance to Ludwig, as is prescribed by the guidance rune. When Ludwig closed his eyes, he saw darkness, or perhaps nothingness, and that is where he discovered the tiny beings of light. Ludwig was certain that these playful dancing sprites offered guidance and emptied Ludwig's of his fears, at least in the midst of a hunt. When he hunted, Ludwig allowed the sword to guide him. He closed his eyes and followed the guidance of the Moonlight Sword as he cut down the beast. He had no fear in his heart and became a weapon for the healing church. Without fear in our hearts, we're little different from the beast itself. Is your voice kind of hoarse, like Ludwig? Get it? Because Ludwig is a horse. How dare you? Is it? You tell me. I honestly don't know. My throat's been chilling now. Like, I'm in a good spot. The shift in Ludwig's personality did not go unnoticed. Ludwig's dialogue reveals that there were those who accused him of being a beast-possessed degenerate. Even in the back of his mind, he knew that he was doing wrong. Good hunter, have you seen the thread of light? Just a hair? A fleeting thing? Yet I clung to it. Steeped as I was in the stench of blood and beasts, I never wanted to know what it really was. Really, I didn't. Yet he continued to use the Holy Moonlight Sword and follow its guidance, hoping to secure a future where the Healing Church hunters became honorable warriors who protected people. He would suffer any denigration if it meant the goal could be achieved. I can't tell. Just making fantastic puns. Let's go. I'm probably good then. In the end, Ludwig became further and further steeped in bloodshed. With each swing of the Holy Moonlight Sword, he descended further into beasthood. Eventually, the blood-drunk as he was, Ludwig was dragged into the hunter's nightmare, cursed to wallow in the pit of corpses for all eternity. With Ludwig gone, the Healing Church hunters slowly began to fall apart. Organized hunts became mobs, as Yarnamites wandered the street, dragging the infected out and burning them at the stake. The hunters themselves began to rely more and more on communion for strength. The Healing Church administered more blood to their hunters in order to give them power to vanquish beasts. One of these hunters was Father Gascoigne. Gascoigne had come to Yharnam in search of a cure for his disease, seeing the famous blood ministration of Yharnam as his last chance at salvation. It was there that he was trained as a hunter, possibly by a man named Henrique. Very little is known of Henrique, but he wears a garb not of a Healing Church hunter, but of a workshop hunter, one of Gehrman's. Henrique is also mentioned multiple times as being an old hunter. The voice file he uses as an NPC hunter are those of the age category in the game's files, the category designed for the elderly. Away, away. This feels like babysitting 2 6-year-olds. If you think it's necessary, feel free to time people out. Jackie. Gascoigne and Henrique would quickly become a powerful duo, partner hunters and good friends. According to Henrique's hunter garb, the taciturn old hunter Henrique was one partners with Fathers Gascoigne, and though they were a fierce and gallant duo, their partnership led to Henrique's tragically long life. The last sentence particularly interests me. The use of the phrase, a tragically long life. It's possible that Henrique, old as he was, either grew sick or weakened in his age. Gascoigne not only wanted to see his closest friend live, but he had another reason for wanting the old hunter to continue on. He loved Henrique's daughter. Okay, fair enough, Jackie. Just do what you think is right. And you guys listen to Jackie. You listen to everything she says, okay? Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. or Miss, if the PC is a female hunter. I love you almost as much as Mum and Dad and Granddad. Gascoigne's unnamed daughter. Indeed, when we encounter Henrik, we find him in the Odin tomb, just as we found Gascoigne. Only Henrik is not standing by the grave where Gascoigne was found. He's standing in front of the corpse of Viola, Gascoigne's wife. But Henrik is not himself any longer. He has succumbed to the old blood. Gascoigne has fallen in love with Viola, Henrik's daughter. Perhaps Gascoigne convinced Henrik in his old and weakened state to accept communion from the healing church. The old workshop hunter was likely wary of the old blood, but was convinced by his son-in-law, the father of his grandchildren, to accept ministration. Gascoigne too had accepted the ministration, but in his case there were complications. If you find my mom, give her this music box. It plays one of Daddy's favorite songs, and when Daddy forgets us, we play it for him, so he remembers. Mum's so silly, running off without it. While the old blood of the healing church can cure any disease, it cannot repair a damaged mind. Father Gascoigne had to come to Yharnam and search to cure for his mental illness. But the blood ministration failed. Even the tainted blood of the Great Ones could not fix the bouts of insanity he suffered. It's possible that during his episodes, in which he forgot the faces of his family, Gascoigne grew violent, irrational, or paranoid. Viola, his beloved wife, would play him a lullaby. It would ease his mind and help him stay grounded and sane. But Gascoigne, intoxicated as he was with the old blood, continued to hunt and continued to accept communion. The ministration of blood. When Gascoigne failed to return from the hunt, Viola left her children locked inside and fled to find him and to bring him home. But she forgot the music box. When she found him, he was drenched in blood, killing man and beast alike. She pleaded with him to come home to remember her, but he would have none of it. Viola died that night, killed by the man she loved. If the player uses a music box in the fight against Gascoigne, he suffers noticeable pain. He grasps his head, muttering and moaning. How else could he possibly react when he remembers the terrible things he did to his beloved Viola? Henrik soon goes searching for Viola and Gascoigne, fearful of what might have happened to them. When he found Viola's corpse, he was empty. His tragically long life would be ended by Eileen the Crow, Hunter of Hunters. Unless you're on my playthrough. In which case, I think Henrik wins. This too is Hunter's work, but bears no honor. A burden you may choose to carry. If the hunter assists Eileen in killing Henrik, then after the blood moon has risen, they will find Eileen mortally wounded in front of the gate. Wait, what? They'll find her mortally wounded in front of the Grand Cathedral. I'm afraid I've made a bit of a blunder. I'm just going to have to take a short rest. Oh, don't worry, I've taken blood. Enough to save an old woman. No more dreams for me. This is my last chance. What a fool I am. I'll have to tread carefully, but that thing still lies in the wake. Turn back, this is my score to settle. Hunter of Hunters. Yes. Many years ago, Gehrman founded the workshop. Much like the PC Hunter, Gehrman wielded two weapons, the Burial Blade and the Blades of Mercy. Both weapons were forged of Siderite by Gehrman, the first hunter. Gehrman was not alone as a hunter. He had several apprentices who he trained to carry on his legacy. Him and his hunters practiced a special art known as quickening, as evidenced by the old hunter's bone. The bone of an old hunter whose name is lost. It is said that he was an apprentice to Gehrman and a practitioner of the arts of quickening, a technique particularly to the first of the hunters. There are only 4 individuals in this entire game who can use the art of quickening. The PC hunter, if they clutch the old hunter's bone, Gehrman, who uses a significantly more powerful version of quickening, Maria, Gehrman's greatest pupil, and an individual known only as the Bloody Crow. Popping in to check how it's going. It's going alright. I came here to see this tomfoolery, and there it was. Tomfoolery it is. Yes. My eyes are not a fan of this, but at least it's like gray. Shout out to Bells for making this whole thing gray and readable. The Bloody Crow is found in the Great Cathedral as the final fight in Eileen's questline. It is a very difficult fight. It would seem that Eileen came to Yharnam with the goal of hunting down this mark, the Bloody Crow. Along the way, she slew Henrik and would have slain Gascoigne if the hunter had not beaten her to the punch. We know very little of the Bloody Crow, but we can see that he wields a Chikage blade and has strong ties to Cainhurst. With his use of numbing mist and his dropping of a blood rapture rune, most bizarre is that he wears a crow feather garb of a hunter of hunters. The Bloody Crow of Cainhurst, evidently one of the first hunters, as evidenced by his use of the art of quickening. Here we can paint a possible picture. I believe it's an extension of your own. Going off of... I'm so confused. In the infant days of the workshop, Gehrman trained his apprentice and gave out one of the Blades of Mercy. Mercy is a central theme to Gehrman. It appears to be his goal to grant mercy to hunters who are either trapped in the dream or have succumbed to bloodlust. This apprentice he tasked with an important job of acting as an unseen watcher of the workshop, forming a new order of people separated from communion and the old blood of Yharnam. What happens next is very unclear, and for the most part, completely unexplained. Perhaps this apprentice traveled to Cainhurst, or perhaps traveled into the hinterlands to train the next hunter of hunters who would travel to Yharnam. Whatever happened, we can see the results. The Bloody Crow of Cainhurst, possibly the first hunter of hunters, or possibly the one who supervised and trained Eileen. Eileen wishes to put him to rest, to grant him mercy. But what fascinated me most about Eileen is what happens if the player never encounters her at all. If the PC hunter never speaks to Eileen, then they travel to the Grand Cathedral after a blood moon has risen. They will suddenly be attacked by Eileen herself. Eileen accuses the hunter of succumbing to bloodlust. It is through this dialogue that Eileen reveals how truly she feels. The hunters must die, the nightmare must end. Eileen herself knows full well the way in which the hunter's dream sustains and propagates the hunters. Indeed, the hunters themselves are being manipulated by the Great Ones into carrying out the eldritch tasks. What if there were no more hunters, none left to seek the blood or to carry out the will of the blood moon? Would the nightmare end? Think of the way we as players thrill every time we slay a boss, how we rush to the dream to grow stronger, how we want to only continue hunting to continue growing in power. Few hunters can resist the intoxication of the hunt. Look at you, just the same as all the rest. Maybe she's right. Chapter 5, everybody. The grayscale. Oh, you're right. Yeah, you are right. It is. It's a dark mode extension. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I forgot. Chapter 5, Walter, the League, and the Vermin. The night brims with defiled scum and is permeated by the rotten stench. Just think, now you're all set to hunt and kill to your heart's content. The beast and the kin, these are the two types of enemies that we fight in Bloodborne. One is born of the scourge of beasts, humans tainted from the influence of old blood. The other are ascended humans who have purged their body of the scourge and have become kin of the cosmos, pure beings. There's something else though, some strange third thing that seems to be right around the corner, yet somehow avoids description. It's almost like there's something we can't just put our finger on. That's right in front of our nose. To try and pinpoint what this thing is, let's examine Walter the Beast Eater and his League of Confederates. I will use information found inside the game. We first encounter Walter in the Forbidden Woods, where he introduces himself to the player. I am Walter, Master of the League. Members of the League cleanse the streets of all the filth that have been spread during the hunt. Like any half-decent hunter out to, you know. Or ought to. Haven't you seen enough of these wretched beasts, freakish slugs, and mad doctors? Sentence these fiends to death. The League appears to have an organization that exists during the transitionary period from Gehrman's workshop into Ludwig's. However, Walter has been in Yharnam for quite some time. According to the constable garb worn by Walter, there is a rather popular fable in Yharnam. Once upon a time, a troop of foreign constables chased a beast all the way to Yharnam, and this is what they wore. The constables became victims of the beast, except for one survivor, who in turn devoured the creature whole, all by himself. As Walter's title is that of the Beast Eater, it is reasonable to assume that he's the constable from this fable. It was when Walter consumed a beast, an utterly unholy act, that an oath rune was born within him. Impurity. It's just an vile bloodstone shower. Damn. Exposed. This rune, discovered inside the forbidden Beast Eater, came to symbolize impurity, and the oath of the League, confederates of the League, hunt to discover vermin. Vermin writhe within filth and are the root of man's impurity. Crush all vermin without hesitation. When Walter performed such a tainted act, he gained the impurity rune and the ability to see vermin. And with this ability, he formed the League. The League, dedicated to hunting down vermin, consisted of individuals who were brought face to face with the root of man's impurity and suffered the consequences. We only know of 3 confederates other than Walter. The first is Yamamura, the Wanderer, who is described by his garb of a distant eastern land, worn by Yamamura the Wanderer. This eastern warrior pursued a beast for honorable revenge, then became a hunter of the League. But when he stared straight into impurity, it drove him mad. It would appear Yamamura's membership of the League was rather short-lived. As soon as the impurity oath was committed to his memory, he was driven mad. So while Yamamura plays a relatively minor role in the League, 2 more significant figures are the Madara's twins. From the butcher mask, we learn it's a mask of the Madara's twins, denizens of the Forbidden Woods, likely belonging to the older of the 2. The twins grew up in silent kinship with a poisonous snake. Eventually, they learned the human ways and became hunters when they discovered vermin in their beloved snake. The younger brother is said to have murdered the older. Furthermore, we learn from the butcher's garb that both the twins became hunters and brought back and dissected their beast prey in order to support the villagers in their forbidden research. What was the forbidden research of the villagers? What was the twisted discovery that brought Yamamura to madness? And most importantly, what are the vermin? What follows is my own interpretation. Sometime in Yharnam's history, a group of foreign constables chased a beast into the city. The beast, however, turned and devoured the constables one by one. The sole survivor was Walter, who slew the beast and in some twisted, maddening hunger for revenge, devoured the beast in turn. This unholy act branded Walter as the beast eater, and with him was born the oath rune, impurity. When Walter turned and gazed through the city of Yharnam, he found he could now see those who had become impure, tainted with filth. In order to combat this new threat, Walter formed the League, gathering a group of confederates and branding them with the impurity rune so that they could see the true root of man's impurity. In regards to the timeline of when exactly this took place, it appears to have taken place during the time when hunters were in a transitory period away from Gehrman's workshop, but were not fully yet formed into Ludwig's. We see that Walter favored the whirligig saw, a weapon designed by the powder kegs, and so it's likely that the League was in full force during the time of Old Yharnam. 2 confederates of the League would be the Madara's twins, wild folk from the Forbidden Woods who were trained in the art of hunting. The Madara's twins had a great love for their beloved poisonous snake, alongside whom they had grown up together. The Madara's whistle tells us the twins grew up alongside a poisonous snake and developed a silent, inhuman kinship. The poisonous snake grew uncontrollable, raised on a healthy diet of beast entrails. It appears that the twins would bring the victims of their hunt back to the woods with them, not only feeding them to their snake, but also handing them over to the villagers to aid in their research, as referenced by the butcher garb. But what research was occurring in the Forbidden Woods? It's simple: ashen blood. The healing church was, at this time, using Forbidden Woods and the nearby poisonous swamp as their laboratory for the research and development of ashen blood. The healing church was studying the parasitic leeches found in the poisonous swamp, not only to develop it for use in Old Yarnum, but also to discover the source of the poison. The source of the poison, of the filth. Where did the poison come from? Recall from the butcher's mask. When they discovered vermin, even in their beloved snake, the younger brother is said to have murdered the older. Alright, I need some water. Snake. A centipede-like creature discovered on successful hunts by League of Hunters. Vermin found hidden within filth are only seen by League Confederates and are the root of man's impurity. The League has assumed the task of finding and crushing all vermin. Perhaps there is some mercy in madness. Those who wish to see vermin can, and those who choose to are provided with boundless purpose. The poison swamp was teeming with vermin, unseen by those who had not committed the impurity rune to memory. As the Madaris twins slaughtered and infected vermin-riddled beasts and fed them to their snakes, the creature became tainted and riddled with parasitic creatures. This is the source of the snake parasite of the Forbidden Woods. Vermin infested the local wildlife, and in turn, the wildlife infested the villagers. The snakes spat poison at their enemies. The ashen blood turned against the very people who had been developed for in the first place. Ashen blood, the vermin. Perhaps it was the case that all of the poisons in the game are cases of ashen blood and are in turn caused by vermin. After all, the antidote tablets that were used to treat ashen blood are still in circulation today. If we look at the Nightmare Frontier, for example, we can recall the poisonous swamp that lovable, trustworthy Patches knocks us into. Here we find countless leeches and a large creature known as crawlers. Interestingly enough, the crawlers do not take extra damage as either beast or kin. They're something else, vermin, infested with Lauren silver beasts. We even find more maggots like teeming with vermin inside themselves. We, as players of a video game, are so conditioned to think of poison as some random, nameless, vague side effect that we can never stop to think about what the poison actually is, and if it has a root cause. This brings us to blood lickers, large flea-like creatures. They are first discovered in Kanghurst along a group of parasitic leeches. While described as beasts, interestingly enough, they do not suffer damage bonuses against beasts. They're something else. They're not kin, not beasts, vermin. So that's like, yo, what's up, Mac? So what they're talking about, are they talking about those things that look like Kos? Like those? I think that's what they're talking about. What if the vermin were to infest a human? Not just one or two vermin, but an entire colony of parasites squirming and writhing within the blood of a human being. No doubt they would be tainted. No doubt they would be forbidden. No doubt they would be vile. Oh, vile bloods. Oh, Castle Kanehurst, everybody. Let's see. We're at about the halfway point. Let's see. Yeah, so this will be like 5 hours. Chapter 6, Castle Kanehurst. Oh my god, Kanehurst Castle, the Executioners, and Queen Annalise. That image is disgusting to think about. Yeah, it really is. Once a scholar betrayed his fellows at Bergenworth and brought forbidden blood back with him to Kanehurst Castle. It was there that the first inhuman Vilebloods was born. The Vilebloods are fiendish creatures who threaten the purity of the church's blood healing. The ruler of Vilebloods is still alive today, and so to honor my master's wishes, I search for the path to Castle Kanehurst. If you're like me, you were excited the very moment the stagecoach pulled up to greet you at Hemlock. The journey to Castle Canehurst and the exploration of the new area, which provides a nice breath of fresh air and a pleasant interruption in Bloodborne, in which we are shown a whole new area with a whole new mystery. Canehurst is an area unlike any other in Bloodborne. To be perfectly honest, it doesn't really fit in, does it? A forsaken castle ruled by an undead queen, the weeping ghosts of murdered women wandering haunted chambers, man-eating gargoyles lying in the wait to ambush unsuspecting prey. Really, the area would fit much more into Demon Souls than it does into Bloodborne. Canehurst is so unlike any other area in Bloodborne, even from a gameplay perspective. After all, Canehurst is the only area in the game that offers a Dark Souls-style covenant for players to join. So to get to the bottom of the mystery of Castle Canehurst, let's start by taking a look at Canehurst itself, what we know about it, and what we can glean. I will only use information in the game. While in Yharnam, blood is an object of worship, in Canehurst, blood is an object of desire. The nobles of Canehurst were elitist and aristocratic, enjoying form and elegance over strength or functionality. As described, the knight set attire of the Knights of Canehurst, a regal piece graced by intricate goldwork. The Canehurst way is a mix of nostalgia and bombast. They take great pride in the blood-stained corpses of beasts that they leave behind, confident that they will stand as examples of decadent art. In Canehurst, your status at court is everything. The closer you are to the queen, the more important you are. The further away you are, the less you matter. The Blood Rapture rune, this rune resonates with servants of the queen, carrier of the child of blood, who yearn for their queen's blood with little hope of requitement. For them, they find solace in Blood Rapture, that serves as a surrogate for their desires. The highest honors in Canehurst was to be named that of Vile Blood, one of the elite inner circles of Queen Annalise, as evidenced by the ritual Queen Annalise makes the playing character hunter perform should they choose to become a Vile Blood. The Vile Blood's imbibed in the Queen's blood. While Yharnamites share blood through injection and transfusion, the nobles of Canehurst seem to drink it directly from the source. As Queen Annalise extends her wrist to the hunter, the Vile Bloods were the elite guard of the Queen and would travel out of the hunt for her, bringing tribute back to her in the form of blood dregs. We will explore the Vile Bloods and Queen Annalise further in a later section, but for now, let's focus on the lesser important figures of Canehurst and figure out what information we can gather from them. The old nobles, long-time imbibers of blood, are no strangers to the sanguine plague, and the disposal of beasts was a discreet task left to their servants or knights, as they were called, for the sake of appearance. From the writer Palash. The big Mystigos guys are what they're talking about? Yeah, I know. You're saying for the blood lickers, or? While there are beasts in Canehurst, they are much different from the beasts of Yharnam. There is no sign of lycanthropy. The main symptom of the condition we refer to it as the scourge of beasts anywhere to be found in Canehurst. Instead, the beasts of Canehurst are twisted, malformed things that drain the blood from the ground. The official description of the blood lickers reads, "With no host left to defend Canehurst Castle from the beastly siege, these deadly vile creatures prowl the grounds, gorging themselves on the tainted fluid of the fallen." Indeed, the blood lickers seemed far more interested in draining blood from corpses than they are of the PC hunter. Unlike Yharnam beasts, which rip through and tear flesh to shred in pure rage, the blood lickers quietly move from corpse to corpse drinking. Lycanthropy is like werewolves. Oh, interesting. We have here an example of a very different kind of beast, one wholly unlike the beasts of Yharnam. Yharnam's beasts are are the result of individuals succumbing to the tainted blood of the Great Ones, infected thanks to those using the blood ministration. The blood lickers, infested with vermin, must have had a different origin. Let us recall what Alfred says about Canehurst. Once, a scholar betrayed his fellows at Bergenworth and brought forbidden blood back with him to Canehurst Castle. Whatever blood was brought to Canehurst, it was certainly not the blood of the Great Ones. It was something different, forbidden, impure. The introduction of this forbidden blood led to a new mission by the then burgeoning healing church and the formation of executioners. In his time, Master Logarius led his executioners into Canehurst Castle to cleanse it of the vile blood. But all did not go well, and Master Logarius became a blessed anchor guarding us from evil. Tragic, tragic time. That Master Logarius should have been abandoned in the accursed domain of the vile bloods. I must free him so that he may be properly honored in martyrdom. Little is known of the executioners. They were a group of hunters who, led by a man named Logarius, traveled to Canehurst and battled the vile bloods. It would seem the executioners existed in the very early days of the healing church, back when the church was still operating in most secrecy. The executioner attire reads, attire worn by a band of executioners commanded by Martyr Logarius, later become the basis for all church attire, with its heavy draping of holy shawl. This would seem to suggest that the executioners were the first case of an organized group of the church operating in the open, as before then there was no section of the church wearing their familiar uniform. What this means of Alfred is unknown. He claims to be a simple hunter. Perhaps he simply sought to emulate the teachings of Logarius. He certainly has a great deal of veneration for Logarius, his entire mission being to complete Logarius's mission, once and for all, to elevate him to true martyrdom. Whatever Alfred's motivations behind the falling path of the executioner, we know that the executioners of old did battle against the Canehurst vile bloods. From the accounts we have access to, it was not a close battle. Logarius's wheel describes itself as being used to slaughter the vile bloods in Canehurst, bathed in pools of their blood and forever steeped in their ire. Slaughter is the key word here. The nobles of Canehurst were systematically executed. The vile bloods were bludgeoned to death by the mighty wheels of Logarius. For all their elegance and beauty, the Canehurst vile bloods were no match for the fury of executioners. But there was one vile blood who could not be slain, and this brings us to the final topic of our current analysis. I am Annalise, Queen of Castle Canehurst, ruler of vile bloods, and sworn enemy of the church. Annalise is a very strange figure in Bloodborne, and like I mentioned earlier, doesn't really seem to fit. She is most assuredly something far more than a simple human. In fact, the Queen is immortal. There is no way to kill her. Even Alfred, who rips her limb from limb and smashes her into pulp, tears out her organs, smears her against the floor, and leaves her nothing more than a pile of blood and meat, fails to kill her. Indeed, she is simply left writhing eerily. What's good your immortality now? Try stirring up trouble in this sorry state, all mangled and twisted with everything inside and outside for all the world to see. Alfred, the queenly flesh. A chunk of meat the PC hunter can retrieve from her remains. Reads, the pinkish lump of her flesh remains warm. As if cursed, all hail the undying Queen of Blood. Annalise is never dead. Her consciousness remains inside of the meat and can be used to repair her. Indeed, Annalise can even be restored from her mangled state if the hunter brings the queenly flesh to the corpse in the altar of despair. But Annalise is not unique in this. She's not the only immortal queen in Bloodborne. Upon defeating Yharnam, Queen of Pthumeru, the hunter receives the Yharnam stone. It appears to be a meaty, organic remains, and even has the faint outline of a fetus within it. The Yharnam stone reads, the queen lies dead, but her horrific consciousness is only asleep, and it stirs in unsettling motions. Meat. But what follows is their interpretation, and by that they mean me going to the bathroom. I need to urinate. Oh God. isn't like we must decipher the BRB message. We'll never know its true meaning, truthfully. Alright. Let me take a drink of water. I think I should take a little bit of a sorta break. I'm like about a face plant. Just, I'm so tired. In the ancient depths of Thumaru, the Bergenware scholars studied and researched the old blood of the Great Ones. Best ridiculous Streber. Let's go. However, the scholars found more than the Great Ones. They found those who had once worshipped them, the Thumerians. It's not exactly clear if they directly located Yharnam, or if they simply gathered blood samples from Thumerians themselves. However, it's most likely that some of Yharnam's blood was recovered and researched. The old blood, while to be feared, was not forbidden. It seems strange that the scholars, seekers of truth, would label anything as forbidden. Yharnam's blood must have been so tainted, so vile and impure, that it was not to be toyed with. Perhaps this blood was teeming with vermin, the source of the Thumerians' seemingly magical abilities. Yharnam's mastery over blood is unlike anything seen in Bloodborne. During the battle against her, she seems to teleport and spray blood from her fingertips and summon blades in the air of pure blood. Yharnam also appears to project herself from her prison in Thumaru, appearing in both the Nightmare of Mensis and the Moonside Lake. Neither human nor Great One, Yharnam is some twisted, impure mix of the two. Possibly a result of her impregnation by Odin, the formless Great One's blood. I can't believe you can't speak for 2 hours and 30 minutes straight. I can. It's just not ideal. One scholar, however, betrayed their fellows. This may have been Maria. We already know that Maria was of Cainhurst descent. Perhaps after the Hamlet massacre, Maria was disillusioned enough to bring the impure Yharnam's blood back to her people. However, it doesn't really seem fit, as Maria is associated with the early Healing Church. The Healing Church most assuredly fears the blood of Yharnam, and even labels her blood as forbidden as well. The blood of Ariana's description reads, "A memory of the old Healing Church would know that her blood is similar indeed to precisely what was once forbidden." Ariana even wears a Cainhurst dress, furthering the connection between the two figures. Perhaps the scholar was brought the forbidden blood to Cainhurst was just an unnamed scholar, or perhaps it was a Maria, or even the Bloody Crow. Either way, Yharnam's tainted blood made its way to Cainhurst Castle. I gotta say, some of this is like written really hard to read. Like, it's like, I don't know, it's driving me a little crazy how they wrote this. But yeah. Anyway, side tangent over. Queen Annalise, imbibed in the tainted, vermin-riddled, forbidden blood of Yharnam, becoming the first of the vile bloods, but Annalise was not satisfied with the simple transformation that followed. She sought an heir, a child of blood. Annalise believed that through the massive consumption of powerful blood, she would be able to impregnate herself and give birth to the child blood. And so she created the vile bloods. The Cainhurst attire says, "This paper-thin silver armor is said to deflect blood of ill intent, and is what allows the royal guards to capture prey from their beloved queen, so that one day she may bear a child of blood." The vile bloods set out into the night, seeking powerful beings to capture and drag back into the chains of their queen. Hunters would become the favored prey for vile bloods. The blood drag, an item and the PC hunter can recover if they have the corruption rune equipped. It tells us, the vile blood of Cainhurst. Bloodlusting hunters see these frightful things in cold blood. They often appear in the blood of echo fiends. That is to say, the blood of hunters, Queen Annalise partakes in these blood dreg offerings, so that she may one day bear the child of blood, the next vile blood heir. Look at the image of the blood dreg item. Look at the small things that seem to squirm inside of it. They look rather like sperm, don't they? I had started editing when reading and then gave up on it. It's definitely not written perfectly, yeah. Like I highlighted earlier, there was that one sentence that was literally the size of a paragraph, and it was like, it was word diarrhea. And like, the repetition is killing me, I'm not gonna lie. It's so repetitive. Annalise believed that the consumption of the blood of powerful figures would allow her to eventually conceive a child of blood. Whatever a child of blood is, it would never come to pass. The church discovered of this a new threat and formed a response in the form of executioners, led by Logarius. The Wheel Hunter badge tells us Martyr Logarius led a band of executioners, and this badge was crafted at their dedicated workshop. Their workshop was a secretive enclave of mystical beliefs and heady fanaticism, which served as a backbone of the executioner's unique brand of justice. Again, we can see the reference to secrecy, describing the church's early style of operating in darkness. The executioners stormed Castle Cainhurst and slaughtered the vile bloods. The nobles of Cainhurst were shown no mercy as Cainhurst fell to invaders. But when Logarius marched into the queen's throne room, he found that no matter what she did, she would not die. Perhaps simply imbibing Yharnam's blood had granted Annalise powers beyond death, or perhaps it was the accumulation of blood dregs that had given her immortality. Either way, Logarius ruled that Queen Annalise would never be allowed freedom. If she could not be killed, she must be made a prisoner for all eternity to prevent the birth of her child of blood. A mask was forced onto her, covering her entire face. There are no references or information available to be found on what exactly this mask is, other than looking at it as she wears it. However, whatever power the mask holds has bound her into her throne room and has left her unable to resist her captivity. This still would not prevent outside sources from meeting with her and bringing further blood dregs, as the PC Hunter is capable of doing so. So Logarius took the crown of Cainhurst, the crown of illusions, and placed it atop his head. One of the precarious secrets of Cainhurst, the old king's crown, is said to reveal illusions and expose a mirage that hides a secret. And so Logarius donned the crown of his own volition, determined to prevent a single soul from stumbling upon the vile secret. What visions did he see, sitting serenely upon his new throne? Only by wearing the crown of illusions would one be allowed to access Annalise's throne room to prevent any further interaction with Annalise. Logarius donned the crown and sat upon the throne of Castle Cainhurst, acting as a living lock for the prisoner queen. Recall how Logarius's wheel states that it had become bathed in pools of their blood, and for others steeped in their ire. Transforming the wheel reveals how tainted it has become, as it contains the strength of vile bloods within it. Logarius too had been so drenched in the impure blood that he had been forever steeped in the fury of the fallen Cainhurst nobles. He became undying, a part of the blaze spirits of the falling vile bloods. He would remain as such until the PC Hunter would end his watch, taking the crown of illusions and discovering Annalise. But what path will the player take? Will they kneel to the queen and join her, bringing her blood? Will they help Alfred in smashing her to pieces? Which path is the correct one to choose? Acts of goodness are not always wise, and acts of evil are not always foolish, but regardless, we shall strive to be good. Where am I at? We have 74 more pages to go through. So that's like, we're about 2/3 of the way. Chapter 7. The Thumerians, Ariana, Odin, and Mergo. In the Age of Great Ones, wedlock was a blood contract, only permitted to those slated to bear a special child. The Thumerians existed long, long ago before the events of Bloodborne take place, and yet the echoes of what happened in Old Thumeru resonate very deeply in the current city of Yharnam, more so than Yharnamites could possibly know. The Thumerian society existed long, long ago, centuries or even millennia ago. They were a people who were masters of ancient arcane arts, specifically relating to the fire and the arts of blood. The Thumerian people seemed to be matriarchal, or at the very least, the most important positions were often held by women. The hallways of the ancient labyrinth echoed, twist with sinister bells rung by bell ringers. When we look at the descriptions of the sinister root chalice, we are told, when used in a ritual, this sinister chalice summons the sinister resonating bell. The bell-ringing woman appears to be a mad Thumerian. Aside from the bell ringers, we have the Keepers, a group of eternal warriors who wandered the labyrinth caring for its denizens. The Bone Ash armor states, the Keeper who mined the slumbering Great Ones gained eternal life preserved in ashen form, in a ceremony of flame that cremated the body and soul. These women clearly held positions of importance, and we do know they are women despite their masks, as the voice clips they play during their combat and death animations are that of a female voice actress. Finally, we have Thumerian Queen. Originally, the Thumerian people had no ruler. They worked as simple caretakers of the ancient labyrinth, the Great Thumeral Ithil Chalice. While early Thumerians were mere humble guardians of the slumbering Great Ones, their descendants felt entitled to name themselves a leader. As Thumerian society advanced, they grew more into a stable society with a queen as their figurehead. The capital of Thumeru, Ithil, that's not Ithil, that's Ihil, was named after one such queen, possibly the first. However, it is the last queen of Thumeru, Yharnam, who will be focused on our analysis. As for the men of Thumerian society, they seem to provide more of a workforce and military for Thumeru. The Hintertomb Chalice tells us, Hintertombs are the peripheral catacombs of an old underground labyrinth. To this day, Watchers continue to expand the Hintertombs, unceremonious catacomb filled with graves and death. Indeed, very often will the clanging sound of a pickaxe fill the player's ear as the undead Thumerians toil away to expand the labyrinth further and further. They are overseen by the Watchers, fat, girthy men wielding cudgels, cleavers, burning irons, and even shotguns. We love a good matriarchy. That's right, Pickle Ostrich channel is a matriarchy. It's confirmed in the lore. It's confirmed! They are also the Shadows of Yharnam, first encountered in the Forbidden Woods. The shadows are presented to the player far before we know of the Queen's true name. The only two places of the shadow are found are in the Forbidden Woods and in the Nightmare of Mensis, both times and places very close to Queen Yharnam herself. Interestingly enough, if the PC hunter wishes, they can lure the man-eater boars into the shadow found in the Nightmare of Mensis. The shadows will fight and kill the pigs, while some of them will die in the process. Wait, what? That's actually kind of cool. The shadows do not appear to be aligned with the School of Mensis at all. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, the word shadow has many definitions, the most lesser used being an inseparable attendant or companion. Yeah, this does seem pretty cool. It's very clever use of ironic wordplay from FromSoft to introduce the players first to the Shadows of Yharnam, leaving them to naturally associate the shadows as being associated with the city of Yharnam as opposed to the Queen. Oh. The Thumerians were as the chalices imply superhuman beings. They were close to eldritch truth and achieved evolution and metamorphosis through the use of blood ministration, as evidenced by the fallen Thumerian city Loran. According to the ailing Loran chalice, the tragedy that struck this ailing land of Loran is said to have its roots in the Scourge of Beasts. When the PC hunter travels to the ruins of Loran, they find a city that in many ways resembles Old Yharnam. It is a place ravaged by the Scourge of Beasts, as the vast majority of its inhabitants are either mindlessly beasts or mad bell ringers. There is even a dark beast, the mightiest of the beasts that lurks on the lowest level of the fallen city. Just as there is one that dwells in Old Yharnam, in Old Yharnam, the Scourge. This is what I'm talking about. Like, they say in Old Yharnam twice in a row. Shit's weird. The Scourge of the Beast was a result of the rampant blood ministration by the then newly found healing church in an attempt to cure the horrible disease Ashen Blood. The lower Loran chalice states there are trace remains of medical procedures in parts of ailing Loran. Whether these were attempts to control the Scourge of the Beast or to cause the outbreak is unknown. We can now put the pieces together and see what the player is currently experiencing in Yharnam. Once occurred long time ago, in an ancient Thumeru. Through the use of Old Blood and Great Ones, the Thumerians were able to ascend and evolve, and yet with the tainted blood came the Scourge of the Beast, and possibly even what would refer to in the modern area as Bloodborne as a hunt, along with a blood moon that brings us back to the Queen. When the red moon hangs low, the line between a man and beast is blurred, and when the Great Ones descend, a womb will be blessed with child. Note found in Bergenworth Mansion. The PC hunter first encounters Queen Yharnam after a death of Rom, the vacuous spider. The most immediate, horrifyingly apparently feature of the queen is the blood stained on her stomach. It's a sickening moment for the player, at least it was for me. She is found at the bottom of the Moonside Lake, having seemingly appeared out of nowhere, staring up at the sky and weeping. There the PC hunter sees the blood moon for the first time, and hears the cry of a newborn baby. In ancient Thumeru, the Scourge of Beasts ravaged the land. It must have been then that the blood moon arose, perhaps for the very first time, and a womb was blessed with child. It's unknown if Yharnam was impregnated by the Great Ones specifically because she was queen, or if she was simply a woman chosen at random. But she is most assuredly assumed to have been, in that hunt, the potential mother of a Great One. As we can see from the blood-stained rags around her stomach, the birth did not go well. Back, how long have I been reading? 3 hours. Let us now jump forwards hundreds of years back into the present day, Yharnam, and discuss Ariana. The PC hunter encounters Ariana living in the cathedral ward of Yharnam. The Lady of the Night mistakes the hunter for a potential customer and sends them away, telling them that she takes hunts off. Once the PC has defeated Vicar Amelia, they can convince Ariana to seek shelter in either Odin Chapel or Yusefka's clinic. Sending her to the clinic will end all further interactions with her, while sending her to the chapel will allow the PC to continue encountering with her. Slay the beast! That's 3. Oh, did Jackie do it? Let's go, Jackie. I wasn't in mod mode. I need to... I haven't figured out how I want to do like a leaderboard for you guys for that, but we'll see. Yeah, you don't have to be. She's right. Once Ariana and the PC hunter become acquainted, she does what any good Yharnamite would do and offers her new friend a vial of her blood. If the hunter accepts, they receive the blood of Adriana. It is with this item that we see the first inklings that... Wait. Oh, okay. That Ariana may have been much more than she first seems. Blood taken from Ariana. Cathedral Ward Woman of Pleasure. A member of the old healing church would know that her blood is similar indeed to precisely what was once forbidden. Why would Ariana have blood similar to something that was once forbidden? After all, blood flows like water in Yharnam. Anyone and everyone shares and imbibes blood in one another. What makes her blood special? Let us, for a moment, take a look at what the PC hunter encounters should they go to the very depths in the Thumerian labyrinth, to the very bottom of Thumeru Ihil. It is here that the hunter fights against the weeping Yharnam, queen of Thumeru. But taking a closer look at her as you fight and notice that she seems bound, chained. There's cloth bound around her eyes, blinding her, and her wrists have been tightly chained together to keep her movement restricted. She is restrained for apparently good reason. During the fight with Yharnam, she will free herself from her bondage and display a mastery over blood that can possibly be defined as magic. She melts into blood, using it to travel distances. She uses the blood to create false copies of herself. She sprays blood from her fingertips. She stabs through herself through the wrists and chest in order to summon blades of blood that swing through the air and impale the hunter. What is this? Yeah, it's the Bloodborne lore doc. I've been reading for a while now. Returning back to Ariana, one only needs to take a brief look at her features to see the similarities between her and Queen Yharnam. Where do these similarities come from? From Cainhurst? Ariana's dress is the dress of a Cainhurst noblewoman. One like Queen Annalise, their flowing hair, long sweeping dress, and obvious beauty are all shared. The noble dress is found in a Cainhurst portrait room. There are many portraits of nobles and one tall crowned woman in a gray dress holding a blonde child. Perhaps Ariana is a descendant of Queen Annalise, who had imbibed in Yharnam's forbidden blood. Or if not royalty, perhaps she simply has Cainhurst blood in her genes. Either way, her blood is forbidden. If the PC hunter has also reduced Adela the nun, or rescued Adela the nun, in addition to Ariana, they may notice when talking to Ariana in the chapel, if they angle their camera to the side, they can notice that every time they speak, Adela will rise from her seat to stare and watch the conversation. Oh, I didn't know that. When the hunter finishes speaking to Ariana, Adela will immediately look away and pretend as if she wasn't watching. It's a brilliant, subtle way to show that Adela has her eye on Ariana and is possibly aware of the blasphemous nature of her blood. Yeah, welcome in, Tata. I just fought against someone in Elden Ring PvP called Lady Maria. Let's go. But the similarities between Ariana and Queen Yharnam do not end with their clothing and facial structure. The fate that befell Queen Yharnam would centuries later befall Ariana. Every great one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. Queen Yharnam's childbirth did not go well. Judging from the massive amount of blood staining on her stomach and the way she is found weeping in front of Murgo's loft, we can only assume that the child did not survive the birthing process. When the blood moon rises over Yharnam, Ariana first starts to feel pain in her stomach. Oh, there's something wrong with me. She will refuse to give the PC hunter any more of her blood and will have nothing to say until after the hunter has slain Mikulish in the Nightmare of Mensis. If the PC hunter returns to the cathedral ward, they will find Ariana's chair empty, and a trail of serum, clear blood leading towards the tomb of Odin. Following the blood trail, we find what is, in my opinion, the most disturbing scene in the entire game. A sobbing Ariana next to a swarming, wriggling celestial larva covered in blood. The implications are unpleasant. Ariana has gone completely mad, muttering, sobbing, laughing, and crying. It can't be, this is a nightmare. The larva will do nothing but squirm pathetically at her feet until the hunter kills it. A single attack from any weapon will do the trick. Recovering from the dead creature is an umbilical cord. Every great one loses a child and then yearns for a surrogate, and Odin, the formless great one, is no different. To think it was corrupted blood that began this eldritch liaison. Dude, this is good. Winner goes to pickle. I'm giving this a heart emoji. Let's go. Thank you. What follows is my own interpretation and belief based on the evidence. Centuries ago, the Thumerian people discovered the Old Blood and the Great Ones, using the blood to elevate themselves beyond humanity. Their height grew, their strength was magnified, and they gained arcane control over fire and blood. However, with the Old Blood comes the Scourge of the Beasts. The Thumerian city of Lauren was the first to succumb to the Scourge, as an outbreak spread throughout the populace, and the Thumerians were infected by the Scourge. And when the line between man and beast is blurred, the red moon will hang low. The Great Ones will descend, and a womb will be blessed with child. Queen Yarnum was impregnated, but every Great One loses its child. You're kinda close. Yeah, kinda. I got 64 more pages. So we're making good progress. Let's see, what are we at? I feel like I'm going a lot faster than I was before. But the hunt will always begin again, and so it did. The red moon hung low, and the line between beasts and men was blurred. And so the Great One descended, and a womb was blessed with child. The daughter of Queen Annalise, Ariana, bore corrupted blood, which began an eldritch liaison. But with whom? This brings us to Odin, the Formless One. The Formless rune states, the Great One Odin, lacking form, exists only in voice, and is symbolized by this rune. Human or no, the oozing blood is a medium of the highest grade and the essence of the Formless Great One, Odin. Both Odin and his inadvertent worshippers surreptitiously seek the precious blood. Of all the Great Ones, Odin is one of the similar of the outer god of Lovecraftian mythos, upon which Bloodborne is designed. Odin is a being of such absurd complex design that it would be impossible for FromSoft to even put him in the game. For describing his shape is something human beings simply can't do. Odin is also the Great One, most closely associated with the blood, as both runes associated with him, Formless Odin and Odin Writhe, secrete a constant medium of blood and provide the PC hunter with ways to replenish or storing the quicksilver bullets that are fused with their own blood. While the Healing Church worships several gods, it is likely that Odin is very high in their pantheon, if not their chief god. There's an entire chapel devoted to Odin's worship, the Great One, the blood around whom all the Healing Church revolves. Killing it, hell yeah. Do you play Roblox? If not, can you play after the stream? I don't really want to play Roblox if I'm being honest. Maybe I will one day, but I haven't really felt inclined. Odin, the Formless Great One, exists quite literally all around us. He is literally everywhere, without shape and only carrying a voice. In this sense, Odin could also possibly be referred to as the cosmos himself. Mikulish makes this discovery in the Nightmare, when he is found communing with the Great One. He begins by confusing Odin with Kos, believing he is speaking to the dead Great One of the ancient ocean. Ah, Kos, or some say Cosm. Do you hear our prayers? Halfway through the boss fight, Mikulish has an epiphany. The cosmos, of course. It's not Cosm, it's Cosmos. The choir would discover this truth as well. Indeed, their entire religion would be founded upon it, as a reference by the Cosmic Eye Watcher badge. Badge of a member, choir elites of the Church, of the Healing Church, the eye signifies the very cosmos. The choir stumbled upon an epiphany, very suddenly and quite by accident. Here we stand, feet planted in the earth, but might the cosmos be very near us, or only just above our heads? Odin is so omnipresent that, while he might not be a god in the Judeo-Christian sense, it is most certainly godlike. This would lead to the choir's mantra, their epiphany. The sky and the cosmos are one. The early Healing Church had believed that the Great Ones were associated with the water, as it had been where Kos was found. The choir, however, concluded that it was not the sea that linked them to the Great Ones, but the very cosmos itself. Odin. It was Odin who impregnated Queen Yarnum, and it was Odin who impregnated Ariana. The vast majority of players will first encounter the crying of a baby when they are first presented with the blood moon after the death of Ram, the vacuous spider. It is at this point that the line between the waking world and the nightmare began to blur. The blood moon hangs low, the amygdala became visible, and the constant crying of a baby will begin to follow and haunt the PC hunter as they struggle to understand what's happening. Many players know that it is possible to see the amygdala before the blood moon rises. If they have at least 40 insight, but did you know that it's possible to hear the crying of the baby before the death of Ram as well? I discovered this on my new game plus playthrough, in which I decided to start with 99 insight and see if anything happened differently. What I discovered is that if the PC hunter has an insight above 60, they can hear the crying baby even before the blood moon has risen. This would seem to imply that the baby exists far before the menses ritual takes place. Every great one loses its child, and Mergo, Queen of Yarnum's child with the Great One, was lost as well. When we encounter Queen Yarnum in the Dreamlands, it looks as if her stomach had been ripped open, a child torn from her tomb. But when we encounter her in the bottom of the Thumerian labyrinth, she is noticeably still swollen up with child. Upon her death, she drops the Yarnum stone. In it, we see the outline of a fetus. Roughly 1% of pregnancies are ectopic, a complication in pregnancy meaning that the fetus begins to develop outside of the uterus. Of ectopic pregnancies, 1% of them are abdominal, in which case the fetus develops in the abdomen of the mother as opposed to the womb. When one of these pregnancies fail and the fetus dies, it begins to slowly calcify and harden. The fetus can remain in the mother for years. In many cases, the fetus remained calcified and hardened inside of the mother for decades after its death. These fetuses are called lithopedians, or stone babies. This is what the Yarnum stone is, the calcified corpse of an unborn Great One, Mergo. That's really cursed. Stillborn, the only thing that would be salvaged from Mergo would be his umbilical cord. Found from defeated bosses, Mergo's wet nurse. Yeah, it's pretty long. Welcome in, Gain. The cord reads, a great relic, also known as the cord of the eye. Every infant Great One has its precursor to the umbilical cord. Every Great One loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. This cord granted Mensis audience with Mergo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. Mikulish had been seen both in the success of Master William and the failure of Lawrence. He had seen that in order to ascend, one must use a cord of the eye, the umbilical cord of a Great One. When the School of Mensis attempted to use Mergo's umbilical cord to commune with Mergo himself, the ritual was an enormous and terrible failure. It's unclear exactly what it means for a Great One to be lost or even to be dead. They exist on a plane of existence so far above our own. Recall that even though some might die in the waking world, its consciousness may live on in the nightmare. Mergo lived on in the nightmare, possibly attached in part to the wet nurse, or possibly manifested as the wet nurse itself. It is likely that the School of Mensis made a connection with Mergo by using his umbilical cords, but what they found was an eldritch concept of death so inconceivable that it resulted in the obliteration of their minds. Beware, secrets are secret for a reason, and some do not wish to see them uncovered, especially when the secrets are particularly unseemly. Good luck, OFG. Thank you, Cade. I'm gonna be right back. I need to fill up my water bottle. I ran out. I'll probably go to the bathroom too. So far, we've consumed 80 ounces of water, everybody. So that's a lot. Oh wait, wrong screen. There you go. I'll be right back. We are back. Stay hydrated. Yes, my Elden Ring PvP runs aren't going great. It's currently 13 and 24. Actually, that's not too bad. That's actually, like, I feel like Elden Ring's pretty hard. But I think you're doing decent. Alright. Let me get some more water. Oh, damn. Already cooked. Chapter 8. Mikulish, the Blood Moon, the Dreamlands, and the Great Ones. A hunter is a hunter, even in a dream. But alas, not too fast. The nightmare swirls and churns unending. If there's anyone in Bloodborne that we can safely ascribe the quality of bad guy to, it's probably Mikulish. The Great Ones are too complex and too alien in their existence to ascribe moral values of good or bad to them. Willem very likely tried his hardest to prevent the events of Bloodborne from occurring in the first place. The beasts are no longer thinking creatures. Yharnam is portrayed as being a tragic figure, the victim of circumstances beyond her control. Annalise defied the church and tried to steer her people to get into a new age of prosperity. Lawrence and Gehrman tried to control the Scourge. Ludwig tried to establish an organization that would protect the innocent. Eileen only kills hunters who have succumbed to bloodlust. The abhorrent beast can't help the fact that he's been so horribly afflicted with the Scourge, and his dialogue is almost heart-wrenching as you see how terrible his condition is. Maria genuinely cared for the patients of the research hall and was racked with guilt at her actions at the hamlet. Patches is mischievous but amicable. The false Yusefka is desperately trying to finish research which she believes will uplift and save humanity. Alfred simply wants to let Ligurius rest in peace. Jura wants to protect old Yharnam. Gascoigne is slaying what he believes are monsters. Mikulish, on the other hand, is batshit crazy, and he seems to be perfectly happy with that fact. Power's dancing sword at night and Uchigatana. Switching to Rilana's twin blades occasionally. Nice. Alright. Mikulish's existence seems to be, in itself, a laugh at the player by the developers. We've journeyed so far, faced so much, and struggled so painfully in our search for answers. When we finally encounter someone who could explain to us what the hell is going on, he's stark raving mad. It's almost as if the developers are taunting us. You're sure you want the answers? He knows the truth. Look what good it did him. But before we get to Mikulish's status as being host of nightmares and the implication that it holds, let's go back to the beginning and take a look at Mikulish and his school of Mensis. And then this is just the same disclaimer. Everything started at Byrgenwerth. A group of scholars discovered existence of the Great Ones and an incredible power of the Old Blood. This would lead to an inevitable separation as the differences in ideology led to a group of Byrgenwerth scholars leaving the academy to found the Healing Church. Mikulish was one such scholar. In our fight against him, we see Mikulish wearing the tattered uniform of a Byrgenwerth scholar. The description of the student's uniform reads, Uniform of the student of Byrgenwerth, a bygone institute of learning. The Healing Church has its roots in Byrgenwerth, and naturally borrows heavily from its uniform design. The focus not on knowledge or thought, but on pure pretension, would surely bring Master William to despair, if only he knew. Master William, I bet. In the early days of the Healing Church, the group operated mostly in secret. Gehrman's workshop would serve as a secret police force for the church, while Mikulish would found the School of Mensis, a new institution of learning for the church to continue the research at Byrgenwerth. According to the Upper Cathedral Key, the upper echelons of the Healing Church are formed by the School of Mensis, based in an unseen village, and the choir occupying the Upper Cathedral Ward. This is the key found in Yahar Ghul on the corpse of an imprisoned choir member. From their new secret location in Yahar Ghul, Mikulish's new School of Mensis would be protected and hidden by the Healing Church. Yahar Ghul attire tells us, the hunters of Yahar Ghul answer to the village's founders, the School of Mensis, Hunters in name only, these kidnappers blend into the night wearing this attire. From their hidden conclaves, servants of the school of Mensis which skulk out into the night and kidnap innocents to drag them back to Yahar Ghul for their experiments. The PC hunter can be one such kidnapped victim if they die to a kidnapper. An enemy that first make their appearance after the death of the blood-starved beast. The hunter also encounters and fights 2 Yahar Ghul hunters lurking outside of a home in the cathedral ward, possibly searching for more victims. It would seem, however, that the school of Mensis slowly drifted apart from the healing church. While Yarnamites venerated the old blood and paid homage to the Great Ones as being godlike figures, the citizens of Yahar Ghul worshipped the Great Ones directly. Statues of twisted figures line the streets of enormous chapels are devoted to the worship of spider-like Great Ones. What are you gonna do after this, Doc? Probably take a nap or go for a run. Maybe I'll play some games if I'm feeling it, but we'll see. Furthermore, the rituals of the school of Mensis can seem to be either directly or indirectly responsible for coming out of the blood moon. But what is the blood moon? Madman toils surreptitiously in rituals to beckon the moon. Uncover their secrets. Note left by a dead hunter. The Mensis ritual must be stopped, lest we all become beasts. Note left by a dead hunter. When the red moon hangs low, the line between man and beast is blurred. Note found in Bergenworth Mansion. The red moon hangs low and the beasts rule the street. Note left by Jura. Behold, a pale blood sky. Unknown author. The player's first encounter of the blood moon after the death of Ram the vacuous spider. The PC hunter discovers Queen Yarnam at the bottom of the Moonside Lake, seemingly having appeared from nowhere. She weeps as she stares at the moon, and as the hunter follow their gaze, they see the overwhelming blood moon above them. After that, everything changes. This is the moment when Bloodborne goes from being a tale of beasts and blood to a tale of horrible eldritch things that work behind the scenes. Or perhaps a better way to explain it would be that it was always a story of eldritch things, only we couldn't see them. Many players walk out of an Odin chapel for the first time to the sound of a loud hissing vacuum-like noise coming from behind them. They turn and stare at a particular wisp of air that seems to flew through the air. Some of them, as I did, walk closer to learn more. It is then that the hunter is hoisted into the air by an unseen force and crushed to death and succumbing to frenzy. If you're like me, you moved on with the hunt. You chalked it up to just another bullshit Miyazaki death trap. What killed you was an amygdala, or at least what I will refer to as an amygdala. It's not clear if the amygdala that serves as a boss in the Nightmare Frontier is the Great One's name or is its species. However, the amygdalan arm labels it as an arm of a small amygdala Great One, and the term Great One is too broad, and so I refer to these creatures as the amygdalae. Once the hunter slays Ram and the blood moon rises, the amygdalae are no longer hidden. In fact, it becomes painfully clear that they've been there all along. Can you play Fortnite or Minecraft or the game you played 2 days ago? Yeah, probably. I could probably play Borderlands. And this brings us to the Dreamlands. Many players, indeed, I would say the majority of players, are naturally confused by the words nightmare and dream that repeat in Bloodborne. Most people haven't read the works of Lovecraft, from which the Bloodborne series takes its inspiration, or its influence. Even those who have read the Lovecraft typically only read his later and admittedly much better works. Works such as Shadow over Innsmouth and the Call of Cthulhu. However, towards the middle of Lovecraft's career, we have what Lovecraft scholars refer to as the dream cycle. For Lovecraft, the act of dreaming was a method in which humans could briefly transport their consciousness to an alternate dimension. The Dreamlands are not an illusion, they are a real place. The Dreamlands are a location, just like Yarnam, Bergenworth, Canehurst, or Yahar Ghul. The mere fact that the players can take items from the Dreamlands and bring them back to the waking world is proof that it's a place equally real. The lead elixirs description states, it's a recipe for this mysterious concoction is known, but some postulate that it materializes only within the most desperate nightmare. I love your lives. Hey, thank you so much. There are 4 distinctly different locations in the Dreamlands that the PC Hunter travels to: the Nightmare Frontier, the Lecture Hall, the Hunter's Nightmare, and the Hunter's Dream. The Hunter's Dream is the first place in the Dreamlands the Hunter travels to, and from here is where they will travel to different places at different parts of the game. The Lecture Hall is the next location the Hunter travels to. The Lecture Hall of Bergenworth has been somehow warped and transported into Dreamlands. The Lecture Hall is connected to the Nightmare, which consists of both the Nightmare Mensis and the Nightmare Frontier. And judging from the fact that a church giant is found in the upper levels, it's possible that the School of Mensis moved into the Nightmare Lecture Hall at some point in time. Notice that when the Hunter opens certain doors in the Lecture Hall and transports to the Nightmare, the same warping effect and particles appear when a Hunter uses a lamp. The Dreamlands are a location that exists parallel to our own world. They have a landscape just like we do, only they play by slightly different rules. Teleportation is just another method of transportation in the Dreamlands. The Dreamlands exist directly parallel to our own waking world. While the waking world is the domain of humanity, the Dreamlands, the land of the Great Ones. These 2 worlds exist like a reflection of each other. The Nightmare Frontier appears to be a reflection of the ravaged Thumerian land of Loren, as evidenced by the fact that Silverbeast wandered the frontier and the Amygdala drops the ailing Loren chalice. The Hunter's Nightmare appears to be a reflection of the city of Yharnam itself. The Hunter's Dream is obviously Gehrman's abandoned workshop. There are places so very similar to locations in the waking world, only slightly different. Can I do a face reveal? No, I'm not gonna do a face reveal. Consider staring into the mirror. Watch your reflection. You stare at it for an hour, and for the briefest of moments, you see a figure standing behind you in your reflection, whipping your head behind you. Startled, you see that nothing is there. Looking back at your reflection, the figure is gone. What you've just seen is a tiny little rip into the veil that separates the 2 worlds, the waking world and the Dreamlands. The figure is, of course, still standing behind you, exists on a plane of reality parallel to your own, above yours. Maybe the figure was curious about you, wanted to learn more, and shows interest made itself visible for just the slightest of moment. You're right, Bells. You're actually right. Let's go. Behold, a pale blood sky. This message can be found prior to Rom's death. Rather confusingly, if we look up at the sky, nothing out of the ordinary. The message is still there, however, after Rom's death. Looking at the sky reveals the blood moon in all its splendor. Of course, the message was there before, because the blood moon was always there. We just couldn't see it. Don't get personal. Oh no, they're fine. They can ask, but I'm gonna say no. This is what insight allows us to do. With 40 insight, the Hunter will be able to see the Amygdala in the Cathedral Ward even before the death of Rom. With 50 insight, the theme music of the Hunter's Dream will change to the theme that plays in the Hunter's Dream after Rom's death, even before Rom's death. With 60 insight, the Hunter will be able to hear the crying baby when standing next to Ariana, even before the death of Rom. There is a theme here. Insight allows us to glimpse into the realm parallel to our own, and see what lies beyond humanity's perception. After the death of Rom, the veil that separates the worlds collapses completely. Insight is no longer necessary. The blood moon rises, the Amygdalae are visible, the crying baby is heard constantly. The citizens of Yharnam are driven insane once they're forcibly made to understand the depths of their reality. Simply looking upon the Great One is enough to drive someone insane, let alone the twisted knowledge they lurked above all your life, always watching you. But where does it fit together? How does Mikolish beckon the blood? Why is he in the nightmare? Why is he the host? She's a little confused, but she's got the spirit. That's right, Jackie. let's see. This is my interpretation. The School of Mensis was founded to continue the study of the Great Ones, began at Bergenworth. Mikolash reported to Lawrence and the Healing Church, and in return they kept the existence of the school a secret. After the purge of Old Yarnum, secrecy was no longer necessary and the choir was formed to study the old blood of the Great Ones and Abridus. Early on, Mikolish and the choir cooperated, as evidenced by the augur of Abridus that Mikolish wields. However, Mikolish's experiments and the rituals of the School of Mensis slowly grew more twisted. Mikolish began to kidnap hunters, likely to Ludwig's displeasure. Even the corpse of a choir member is found chained and imprisoned inside a Yahar ghoul, suggesting that Mikolish and the Mensis students were growing emboldened by their closing nearer to the eldritch truth. In response to this, the choir would send a man named Edgar to infiltrate the School of Mensis and discover what was going on, implying that the school had begun hiding their research from the choir. We know very little about Edgar. He is found near the Nightmare of Mensis and wears a student uniform, wielding a holy blade and Rosmarinus. The official guide simply names him Edgar Choir Intelligence. Edgar traveled into the School of Mensis to find that the students now worship the Great Ones as literal gods, the Amygdalae in particular. The motivations of Amygdalae are unknown. It's clear that the godlike beings could likely send Yarnum toppling to the ground if they wished. The weapons of Morals pale in comparison to the Great Ones. It's odd, really, how they seem so idle and passive as they watch the humans walk by, sometimes reaching down in curiosity grasp at one. Amygdalae only appear in places of worship. One is found wrapped around the Odin Chapel. Another one is at the abandoned church that serves as the gateway to Yahar Ghul. The Amygdala the player fights is located in what appears to be a large cathedral where ancient Thumerians likely worship the Great Ones. Consider the Moon's rune's description. A transcription of Moon, as spoken by the Great Ones inhabiting the Nightmare. The Great Ones that inhabited Nightmare are sympathetic in spirit and often answers when called upon. Perhaps that explains why the Amygdalae, which live in the Nightmare, congregate around places of worship. Maybe they listen to the hopes and prayers of human beings. In Yahar Ghul, however, the Amygdalae are everywhere. As Mikolish and the School of Mensis grow closer to the eldritch truth, they attracted more and more of the Great Ones, like a flame attracting moths. Their final ritual, however, would be their undoing. Somehow Mikolish came into possession of one of the umbilical cords of the Great Ones, Murgo's umbilical cord to be specific. Here was all the evidence they needed, the cord of a true Great One. Murgo, child of Yarnum and Odin. With the results of their research and the cord of the eye at their disposal, Mikolish and the Mensis students would attempt to ascend to the status of godhood. Just as Rom and Willem had done with the orphan's cord, Mikolish would line his brain with eyes. The cord's description. Oh, my nose is itchy. Every Great One loses its child, but then yearns for a surrogate. This cord grants Mensis audience with Murgo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. Murgo was dead. Indeed, Murgo had died in stillbirth millennia ago, in ancient Pthumeru. It's not exactly clear what it would mean for a Great One to be dead, if they can't even die in the first place. When the School of Mensis communed with the dead Great One, it was the end of Yahar Ghul. The veil between worlds was ripped apart. Bell ringers brought the dead to life. The citizens fleeing the carnage were frozen in stone, permanently affixed to the walls they so desperately tried to climb to freedom. The many caskets that lined the streets burst open, body parts coagulating together into the masses of meat and bone that clung together and attacked the kidnappers, murdering them. Mensis was dragged into the Nightmare, ripped open. Mikolish and all of his students were dead, but their consciousness were pulled down into the Nightmare. Very few would survive this transition. The only two we know of are Mikolish and Edgar. Mikolish was brought to the Dreamland, specifically to the Nightmare. Edgar likely survived due to the fact that he was not wearing a Mensis cage and likely did not participate in the ritual. While Mikulesh is just a bit of a special case, Mikulesh's corpse, still located in Yahar Gul, provides a gateway, just as the many lamps around Yharnam provide gates to the Hunter's Dream. Mikulesh's corpse, the host of the nightmare, would provide a gateway to the nightmare. The nightmare, as we have discussed, appeared to be a reflection of the Thumerian city Loran. If that is the case, perhaps Loran was the place of Murgo's attempted birth. At the top of Murgo's loft, the castle upon which the hunter ascends, we find Queen Yharnam weeping. By following her gaze, we ascend to the top of the castle where we fight Murgo's wet nurse. Historically, a wet nurse was typically a woman who would breastfeed an infant child if the mother, for whatever reason, was unable to. While fighting her, the lullaby of Murgo, a haunting melody, plays throughout the area. Perhaps the wet nurse was a great one summoned by Yharnam to take care of her future child, or perhaps the wet nurse was created as some sort of manifestation of Murgo's conscience. Either way, the wet nurse is a fully formed great one. She bleeds red just like as the amygdala, the orphan, and the moon presence do, instead of the clear fluid that the kin bleed. She is the dominant force ruling over the nightmare atop from Murgo's loft, and something peculiar occurs by slaying her. In the English version of Bloodborne, the blue text "Pray Slaughtered" accompanies a victorious boss fight. In the Japanese version, it's blue text "You Hunted." But in both versions, killing Murgo's wet nurse causes the red text "Nightmare Slain" to appear on the screen. I was rather confused when I had first seen this. Consider Bloodborne's tagline, "Hunt your nightmares." Let's pause for a moment and look at the 4 fully fledged great ones that the hunter encounters: the wet nurse, amygdala, the orphan, and moon presence. Of the 4, amygdala is the only one who does not grant the nightmare slain message. The wet nurse, the orphan, the moon presence are the only 3 enemies in the game who make that message appear on screen. This puzzled me for a very, very long time, until I came to a rather simple conclusion. Amygdala isn't dead. Even after killing the one in the Nightmare Frontier, the other amygdala remain. The hunter even kills another amygdala in the Thumerian Labyrinth. Perhaps the amygdala aren't individual members of a single species after all, but a single great one. After all, Patches speaks to the amygdala that grabs you in the cathedral ward as if it's the amygdala itself. I only had this revelation after refighting Murgo's wet nurse in New Game Plus and realizing that she appears to create a perfect clone of herself, using it to fight me. The Great Ones exist on a level far beyond our comprehension. Who is to say they can't be in multiple places at once? In the depths of the Great Is, the hunter even fights Abridus for a second time, who appears to have been there all along. Whatever the mystery behind the Nightmare Slain message, slaying the wet nurse ends Murgo's consciousness and puts the Mensis ritual to an end. However, the ritual had not been an entire failure. The Ascension had worked, more or less. A new Great One was born from the stillbirthed minds of the Mensis students, the brain of Mensis, the living string tells us. The immense brain that Mensis retrieved from the nightmare was indeed lined with eyes on the inside, but they were of an evil sort, and the brain itself was terribly rotten. But even still, it was a legitimate Great One, and left a relic. A living relic at that, which is a precious thing indeed. The brain of Mensis is a helpless Great One, whose only real strength is the madness it's caused by looking upon it. The brain of Mensis is suspended in Murgo's loft, activating as a living weapon that attacks oncomers. If the hunter finds their way down to the lever accessible by fighting past the Winter Lanterns, they can release the chains of the brain of Mensis and send it hurtling into the abyss. Working back down to the base of Murgo's loft, they will find a new elevator which brings them down to the fallen, helpless Great One. It was kind of sad, really, when I first encountered the brain of Mensis, twitching there, a massive brain and eyes that was watching me back and forth. I wasn't really sure what to do with it. Should I kill it? It certainly wasn't aggressive. It was simply lying there and clearly had no way of fighting back. I decided to do what had become a bit of a habit for me when I encountered something to have to do with the Great Ones. I put on a Mensis cage and performed the make contact gesture. The Mensis cage is described as this hexagonal cage suggests their strange ways. The cage is a device that restrains the will of the self, allowing one to see the profane world for what it is. It also serves as an antenna that facilitates contact with the Great Ones of the dream. But to an observer, the iron cage appears to be precisely what delivered them to their harrowing nightmare. I had learned early that the doll would respond to gestures, leading me to believe that there were others that would as well. Just like everyone else, I was hoping to find some kind of secret somewhere. So far, I had been thoroughly unsuccessful. No matter where I wore the Mensis cage or to whom I performed make contact, nothing had happened. So I sat there like an idiot. I told myself, as my hunter stood in front of the brain of Mensis with its arms outreached. I knew from experience that eventually the hunter would change positions, and I had taken to waiting for that moment before moving on with whatever I was doing. To my complete and utter surprise, an item appeared in my inventory. It was a moon rune, the most powerful one I had encountered. The Great Ones that inhibit the nightmare are sympathetic in spirit and often answer when called upon. It was a moment that legitimately made me feel bad about this thing in front of me. I decided to kill it. Maybe the fact that it gave me a moon rune, a rune that grants more blood echoes upon killing enemies, was some kind of cry for it to end its misery. I was rewarded with the living string, an item that I had been looking for idly for quite some time as I needed to access Dumeril Ihil. Later I would read online that the Mensis cage was unnecessary and one simply had to perform make contact. To my surprise, I would read that nobody had discovered any use for the Mensis cage whatsoever. Nothing? Really? Not a single secret unlocked with such an item that seems so obviously placed to unlock the secret. Maybe the cage doesn't do anything at all. Maybe in their madness and delusions, one of the Mensis students convinced themselves it worked even though it wasn't necessary. Their madness, after all, would deliver them to their harrowing nightmare. Grant us eyes, plant eyes on our brain to cleanse our beastly idiocy. Chapter 9. Lawrence Gehrman and the Hunter's Mark. Seek the old blood, less pray, less wish. To partake in communion, less partake in communion and feast upon the old blood. Our thirst for blood satiates us, soothes our fears, seeks the old blood, but beware the frailty of men. Their wills are weak, minds are young, the foul beasts will dangle nectar and lure the meek into the depths. Remain wary of the frailty of men. Their wills are weak, minds young. Were it not for fear, death would go unlamented. Lawrence and Gehrman together, they would change the world. Who were they originally? How did they fall from grace? What happened to Lawrence, and how was Gehrman bound to the Hunter's dream? When we see now that the organization had become, we can only wonder what these two individuals dreamed of. Did they want to make a better world? Did they want personal power? Perhaps they were simply madmen chasing after scientific curiosity and slaughtering the innocent in their paths. In this penultimate chapter, we will examine the fates of the two individuals and the consequences of their actions. Oh, yeah. The PC hunter awakens into a world of horror, just as the player does. They have no answers, they have no real questions to ask. The world is confusing, frightening, and punishing. Indeed, if the hunter had been alone, they likely never would have gotten much further, but the hunter isn't alone. Aha, you must be the new hunter. Welcome to the Hunter's Dreams. This will be your home for now. I am Gehrman. Friend to you hunters, you're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't think too hard about all of this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunters do. You'll get used to it. Gehrman provides the hunter with a home and a workshop. From within the small hunter's dream, Gehrman will provide the hunter with a bit of comfort and a small amount of guidance. But who is Gehrman? Where does he come from and why is he here? According to the plain doll, he was a hunter long, long ago, but now serves only to advise them. He is obscure, unseen in the dreaming world. He stays here in this dream. Gehrman was the first hunter, and from all the modern hunting techniques were developed, a central theme of Gehrman is mercy, where what he grants to those he kills in the hunter's dream, as implied by his burial blade. Trick weapon wielded by Gehrman, the first hunter, a masterpiece that defined the entire array of weapons crafted at the workshop. Its blade is forged with the side right, said to have fallen from the heavens. Gehrman surely saw the hunt as a dirge of farewell, wishing only that his prey might rest in peace, never again to awaken to a harrowing nightmare. He also created the plain doll, basing its appearance upon his dead student Maria from within the hunter's dream. Gehrman and the doll guided the pale-blooded hunters in their work. Gehrman was also, as we know, an acquaintance of Lawrence. Oh, Lawrence, what's taking you so long? I've grown too old for this. Of little use now, I'm afraid. Our first encounter with Lawrence comes from discovering his skull at the Grand Cathedral. After defeating Vicar Amelia, here we witness a memory in which Lawrence is announced to Master Willem that he's leaving the college. We learn from Lawrence's skull, found in the nightmare, that is the skull of Lawrence, first vicar of the Healing Church. In reality, he became the first cleric beast, and his human skull only exists within the nightmare. The skull is a symbol of Lawrence's past and what he failed to protect. He is destined to seek his skull, but even if he found it, it could never restore his memories. The human skull appears to be a purely symbolic object, created in the nightmare, as Lawrence's skull in the waking world is found in the Grand Cathedral. In Miyazaki's interview with Future Press, he remarks that Lawrence's skull served as the start of the Healing Church itself, but it's taken the form of a twisted beast. Lawrence was therefore the founder of the Healing Church, having left Byrgenwerth after a disagreement in philosophy with Master Willem. Lawrence and Gehrman represented two halves of a mystery. What happened to them? How did things become the way they are when we entered the game? Lawrence was the first vicar. Gehrman was the first hunter. Their story, like much in Bloodborne, begins at Byrgenwerth. We have already established that Gehrman was an associate of both Lawrence and Master Willem. Gehrman may have been a student at Byrgenwerth, or judging by his combat proficiency and craftsmanship, may have been the Academy's handyman, groundskeeper, or a bodyguard. But upon the discovery of the Old Blood, Lawrence would lead a section of Byrgenwerth scholars in forming the Healing Church. Separated from Byrgenwerth, Gehrman, Lawrence's closest friend, would join him. Lawrence and Gehrman believed that humanity could achieve its next evolution through the use of Old Blood, as written in the Metamorphosis rune. The discovery of blood made their dream of evolution a reality. Metamorphosis and the excess and deviation that followed was only the beginning. Wow, still going? What page are we on? 149 of 185, because the fonts are bigger. So we're pretty close. I think I got like an hour left. We're on chapter 9. Alright, now to find my spot, because I scrolled. Lawrence and Gehrman believed that humanity could achieve its next evolution through the use of Old Blood. As written in the Metamorphosis rune, the discovery of blood made their dream of evolution a reality. Metamorphosis and the excess and deviation that followed was only the beginning. It was, however, at this time that Lawrence and Gehrman came to a horrible discovery. While the Old Blood could indeed cure any disease, those who had not ministered were susceptible to falling under a new terrible illness, known only as the Scourge of the Beast. Those who had succumbed to the tainted blood, not taint blood, suffered from a form of lycanthropy, which apparently is werewolves. Their hair elongated, their teeth sharpened, and their size and strength increased. They became violent and irrational. The men and women who had succumbed to the scourge became beasts, but Lawrence could not stop his research. Sacrifices would need to be made. All who followed Willem's footsteps knew that evolution required courage. A note found in the Nightmare Lectures Hall reads, "Master Willem was right. Evolution without courage will be a ruin of our race." And so Lawrence's work would continue. Dedication. Took me a year to get through this. That's fair. While Lawrence formed the church, Gehrman formed the workshop. A secret institution, the workshop would train a group of individuals to hunt and slaughter beasts. The hunter attire tells us it is a fine piece of hunter attire that provides stable defenses to anyone facing Yharnam's beastly threat, allows one to stalk beasts unannounced by the cover of night. The workshop as a secret cleanup crew for Lawrence's budding church. They would hunt down those who had turned and executed them before panic could spread through Yharnam. Ooh. I'll take it that it's Guffy on the cave account right now, since I know for a fact Guffy read it. It's possible that Lawrence and Gehrman, knowledgeable of the Great Ones, that they were, also discovered the terrible nature of the Blood Moon and the source of the scourge as being the pale blood moon presence. They tried to find a way to defeat the moon presence, an antibody that would be too strong for it. Some way to control the scourge of the beasts. They were unsuccessful. Lawrence and Gehrman grew older. The workshop was sealed away and Gehrman became a prisoner of the moon presence. In his attempt to free his closest friend, Lawrence pushed his research to the limits. The scourge had to be contained, no matter the cost. Ashen blood was introduced to Old Yharnam and the research intensified. The beasts were studied by Lawrence and by his church. Even while the corpses piled in the streets, and the city was covered in blood, Lawrence's countless experiments resulted in a breakthrough, the culmination of all his research to put an end to the scourge of the beast and control it for good. The beast's embrace. After the repeated experiments in controlling the scourge of beasts, the gentle embrace rune was discovered. When its implementation failed, the embrace became a forbidden rune, but its knowledge became a foundation of the Healing Church. In the Grand Cathedral of the Healing Church, the first vicar committed the embrace to memory. The oath rune burned into his mind. With this, he would take control over the scourge, put an end to the hunts, master the old blood, guide humanity to the next stage of human evolution, and free his best friend from the control of the Great Ones. This is what everything had been for. All the dead victims, all the unspeakable crimes, leaving Bergenworth, exploring the labyrinth, founding the Healing Church. Everything in his life had been for this. Everything led to this moment, for this. It would be worth it. But it was not to be. The skull is a symbol of Lawrence's past and what he failed to protect. On that day, the Healing Church changed forever. Lawrence became the first cleric beast, a creature the likes of which the Healing Church had never encountered. This was not a simple person, simply a person who had grown fangs and hair. This was a true monster. It's possible that it was the church assassin Brador who found Lawrence first. Brador's testimony, the scalp of the cleric beast, tells us the scalp of a horrid cleric beast, indicating that Hunter Brador, a Healing Church assassin, had killed a compatriot. Afterward, he wore his ally's own scalp and hid himself away deep below in a cell. The church provided him with a single soundless bell of death to ensure the secret would be kept. Brador slew Lawrence, and in doing so was driven mad. He skinned the corpse, splattered his clothes with the blood of the fallen vicar, severed the head from his body and scalped it. And when he was found, he was drenched in blood and gore, and his bloodletter was steeped in frenzy. Nothing changes, such is the nature of man. Rador and his testimony to the failure of the healing church were locked away, and any and all research into controlling the Scourge of Beasts was immediately stopped and deemed forbidden. The claw mark and beast runes, along with the beast blood pellets, were all black marked by the healing church. With Lawrence's death, the church had formed one of the pillars of its philosophy. Beware the frailty of men. The scourge cannot be controlled. It must be destroyed. As for Lawrence, his consciousness was pulled into the nightmare. Perhaps he was cursed to burn for all eternity as a punishment for flames that covered old Yarnum, a brilliant mind lost to madness. And so now we have the first half of our picture. But what a Gehrman. While Gehrman hadn't been affected as deeply by the events of the Hamlet massacre as Maria had been, it had still disturbed him. He too was subject to the curse of the cause parasites and had terrible dreams because of it. Upon defeating the orphan, the doll notes that Gehrman is sleeping strangely soundly, for he normally has difficulty sleeping. Even so, Gehrman aided Lawrence in the founding of the Healing Church and established the workshop, training the first hunters in the art of slaying beasts. But while Gehrman hadn't been as distraught by the Hamlet massacre, the death of Maria destroyed him. According to Maria's hunter's garb, Gehrman had a curious mania in regards to her that she was unaware of. Maria greatly admired Gehrman, but it was unclear if the master and student shared a romantic relationship or whether Gehrman's affections for her was purely one-sided. Whatever the case, her death had ruined him. After defeating Maria in the Astral Clock Tower, we find her coffin placed directly behind her chair. Resting atop the coffin lid are cold blood flowers, the same as the ones found in Gehrman's garden in the hunter's dream. Spiraling into depression after the death of his greatest pupil, Gehrman sealed his workshop away and withdrew from the world into his isolation. In his growing madness, Gehrman made a doll. The master craftsman that he was, the doll was made with exquisite perfection. The small hair ornament tells us, although it has been lost for quite some time, one can still see signs of the care with which the tasteful ornament was once kept. This indicates that Gehrman held on to his only memento of Maria, treasuring it, designing his doll off of her. Terribly lonely and terribly miserable, he wanted nothing more than to have Maria back. It was then that something took notice of poor Gehrman's mania. For as the moon rune reminds us, the great ones are sympathetic in spirit. To have his beloved Maria back, he would give anything. So it was that Gehrman was bound to the dream, and the hunter's mark branded in his mind. Dangling upside down, rune etched into one's mind, symbol of a hunter. What is the hunter's mark? In terms of gameplay significance, its function as the Nexial binding from Demon Souls or the Dark Sign from Dark Souls. But what is it really? Its description calls it a rune, but we do not commit it to memory like we do Carol runes. Runes are, as we know, utterings of the Great Ones, etched into symbols. Runesmith Carol could consume with the Great Ones and listen to their mutterings, but she found no words to describe them. Instead, Carol could only find symbols that represented these utterings, comprehensible to human minds. If we think of these symbols are representing words of a language, we therefore can conclude that the hunter's mark is quite literally the great one word for hunter. It's the same symbol is found in Carol's own hunter rune. The uttering of a great one etched into our mind, the symbol of a hunter. This word branded into one's mind is what makes someone a hunter, and not just any hunter, but a special hunter, a pale blood hunter. One bound to the dreamlands. This rune is what makes someone immortal, cursed to hunt and hunt and hunt until they are freed. We as players have this mark branded into our minds. No matter how many times we die, we wake up again. Even if we fall off a cliff, we're cut in half, we're burned to death, we're killed by frenzy, we're crushed by a monster, we die and die and die and die and die and die and die. And even still, we wake up once more. Even if we kill ourselves with the Chikage, or the wheel, or the whistle, or the bloodletter, we wake up once more. There's only one way out for someone branded with the hunter's mark, to die by the hand of another branded hunter. Oh, okay. As Gehrman settled into his new place in the hunter's dream, he found himself shackled and chained. There was no escape for Gehrman, the first hunter, trapped in a living hell, unable to die, unable to be granted mercy. Gehrman guided other pale blood hunters when their hunts were over. Gehrman would end their life, freeing them from the wretched, torturous existence of eternal life. He granted them mercy, but where is the hunter's mark coming from? As the player receives their first blood transfusion, they are attacked by beasts, but the beast turns to flames and the messenger arrives, crawling over the player. At that point, something took notice of the player. Something peered over them and spoke a single word, Hunter. With that uttering, they were reborn. Their life before their transfusion was irrelevant. They were now a weapon. They awakened into a new world, a new nightmare. They awakened into a new hunt. Into a hunt. Alright. Final bathroom break before we hit the grind set of the final chapter. Thank you for sticking around, everybody. Apparently the last line's a banger, so I'll be right back. I'll pee. And I'll get some more water because I need it. I drank a lot from that last chapter. Can't wait for the vocal cords slaughtered line to appear. Yeah, it's pretty banger. 18 and 38 in a stalemate. Let's go. That's still better than I would do on PvP for sure. You gotta prepare so you can kick Guff's booty. You have to avenge us, Rogue. From the last PvP thing. Alrighty. Final stretch, everybody. Chapter 10, The Pale Blood Hunt. Now let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream. Normally, this is the part where I would tell you I'm going to use nothing but facts and evidence, and save all my speculation until the very end. But we really can't do that in this part, can we? Instead, consider all of my previous writing to be the evidence we've gathered. I'll try to be as factual as possible, and I will certainly try to leave as much of my speculation out as I can. But for the purposes of this essay, Consider this last chapter to be purely my interpretation of the possibly complex ending to Bloodborne. Use it for whatever you will, accept it as fact, dismiss it as nonsense, or use it as a foundation for your own theories. I do, however, ask that you read to the end before choosing to comment, as this final chapter is the most confusing and the most speculative of my essay. Whatever you choose to do, use your mind to think. Master Willem would remind you that relying purely on pretension leads only to despair. The Moon Presence, the secret final boss of Bloodborne, of all significant beings and events in Bloodborne, this is the most mysterious. The Moon Presence has caused many players to leave Bloodborne with a feeling of discomfort, as if they come so close to the truth and yet they were still so far away. The hunter encounters the Moon Presence if they refuse Gehrman's offer of mercy and defeat him. The Moon Presence descends from the Blood Moon itself. Even its name implies a deep connection to the Blood Moon. As we know, the Blood Moon rises whenever the line between man and beast is blurred. When the humans succumb to the scourge of the beast, the Blood Moon rises. Or perhaps it's the other way around. Perhaps it's that the Blood Moon rises, causing those infected with the scourge to transform into beasts. At the beginning of the game, we find a note at the back of the hunter's dream, presumably left for the hunter to escape this dreadful hunter's dream. Halt the source of the spread of the scourging beasts, lest this night carry on forever. Now recall Gehrman's words to the hunter after the defeat of Father Gascoigne. The moon is close. It will be a long hunt tonight. The Blood Moon, or rather the Moon Presence, is the source of the scourge. The beast exists within humanity. It always has. The Bergenworth scholar Carol was the first to discover this during her commune with the Great Ones. According to the Clawmark rune, the Clawmark is an impulse to seek the warmth of blood like a beast. It strengthens visceral attacks, one of the darker hunter techniques. Although the difference is subtle, runesmith Carol describes the beast as a horrific and unwelcome instinct deep within the hearts of man, while Clawmark is an alluring invitation to accept this very nature. But it wouldn't be until the work of a mysterious figure known as the Irreverent Izzy that Carol's theories would be put into practice. His weapon of choice, the beast claws, states, as flesh is flayed and blood is sprayed, the beast within awakens, and in time, the wielder of this weapon surges with both strength and feverish reverie. But while Izzy's claws is telling, it is the tool that he designed, known as the Beast Roar, which is the most haunting, borrow the strength of a terrible undead dark beast, if only for a moment, to blast surrounding foes back with the force of a roaring beast. The indescribable sound is broadcast with the caster's own vocal cords, which beg the question, what terrible things lurk deep within the frames of man? The potential for evolution exists within humanity, but whether they will ascend to gods or descend to beasts is unclear. If the Moon Presence, the Blood Moon made flesh, is indeed the source of the scourge, then it can mean one of two things. The first possibility is likely, the most outlandish and controversial, that being that the Moon Presence is the source of humanity, which in itself contains the scourge of the beast. The second, and I believe more likely scenario, is that the beast lies within all humanity. It is not unless they are tainted by the old blood that they become susceptible to corruption and the beast takes over. It is when the Blood Moon draws closer that those who have been infected with the scourge will succumb to their inner terrible nature and become monsters. But why? What does the Moon Presence want? Let's take a brief moment to look at the very bare bones of Bloodborne, the bare minimum that the player can accomplish in order to beat the game. Let's strip out absolutely everything optional and give only the basic necessary conditions in order to complete the hunt. Probably won't, but I'll try it. Yeah, you can kill Guff, I believe. I believe. First, the hunter awakens at Yusefka Clinic and travels to the healing church. Along the way, they defeat Father Gascoigne, a hunter who succumbs to the scourge. Once at the Grand Cathedral of the healing church, the hunter defeats Vicar Amelia, the former head of the cathedral. Once Amelia is defeated by the hunters learn the password, which will grant access to Bergenworth. The source of the Old Blood's discovery. With the password in hand, the hunter travels to Bergenworth, along the way defeating the shadows of Yharnam. Once at Bergenworth, the hunter discovers Rom, the vacuous spider, and slays her. With Rom's death, the gate to Yahar Ghul is pried open, and the hunter travels into the unseen village. The hunter defeats the One Reborn and locates the corpse of Mikolish, using his body as a gateway to access the nightmare. Sorry, Tata. I'll tell you if I want you as a mod. I'll tell you when you can be. In the nightmare, the hunter ascends Murgo's loft, defeating Mikolash's consciousness along the way before coming to the final boss of the game, Murgo's wet nurse, a fully formed Great One. The wet nurse is a vicious enemy who rules over the loft and has claimed this section of the Dreamlands as her own. Upon the defeat of the wet nurse and the silence of the Nightmare Reborn's harrowing cry, the haunting word Nightmare Slain blanket the screen. With the wet nurse's defeat, the hunter returns to the hunter's dream to find the workshop buried to the ground. The doll instructs the hunter to meet with Gehrman, who meets with them underneath an ancient tree. There, Gehrman congratulates the hunter on a job well done. Good hunter, you've done well. The night is near its end. Now I will show you mercy. You will die, forget the dream, and awake under the morning sun. You will be freed from this terrible hunter's dream. The hunter turns and kneels before Gehrman, who rises from his chair for the first time and executes the hunter. The hunter awakes from their terrible dream, weary and weakened, as the sun rises over Yharnam. The credits roll. You've been here for 2 hours? Yeah, I get it, but like, I don't really need like a mod like that, and honestly, people have been here way longer than 2 hours who would like a similar journey. When described in this way, Bloodborne seems to be very linear. Very simple game, doesn't it? Gehrman tasks the hunter with killing Murgo. In order to do this, they must get to the nightmare. In order to get to the nightmare, they need to get to Yahar Ghul. In order to get to Yahar Ghul, they need to get to Bergenworth. In order to get to Bergenworth, they need to get to the healing church. Getting to the healing church is the first objective that the hunter makes for themselves upon meeting with Gilbert. What does the Moon Presence want? It's quite simple, really. It wants to kill Murgo and use Gehrman to guide the hunter into doing it. The Moon Presence, the Orphan, and the Wet Nurse are the only 3 fully formed Great Ones that the hunter encounters. While the hunter encounters the Amygdalae, as we've discussed previously, it's not entirely clear if the hunter ever truly fights or experiences the Amygdalae as they, or rather, it truly is. The Great Ones, being of the Dreamlands, have their own motivations and their own goals. They are not allied with one another, just as all humans are not allied with one another. Gilbert is the one in the window. Oh, okay. I see. Thanks for the clarification. When the red moon hangs low, the line between man and beast is blurred. And when the Great Ones descend, a womb will be blessed with child. Found in Bergenworth, this note is our first real indication that there is something far, far greater than just a hunt at stake. The phrasing of the note is interesting, as it describes a correlation. The red moon hangs low, and the line between man and beast is blurred. The Great Ones descend, and womb is blessed with child. The order of the sentences make it seem as if the first blood moon rises, and then the Great One descends. But the note doesn't explicitly state causality. Instead, what if it's the other way around? What if the Great Ones descend, and a womb is blessed with child, and in response the blood moon rises, and the line between man and beast is blurred? For what purpose does the blood moon rise? Why is the hunter chosen to be bound by a dream? Seek the nightmare newborn. Unknown. This message appears rather strikingly directly after Ram has died and the blood moon has risen. There is no source for this message. It is not spoken aloud, nor is it given nor is it given in the form of a note. It simply appears in the mind of a hunter. A message and instruction. Every great one loses its child. But why does every great one lose its child? Perhaps this is what the moon presence desires. The death of an infant great ones, using pale blood hunters to accomplish this feat. While great ones' motivations and reasons for acting are far too inhuman for us to understand, they do have a very understandable goal. The most apparent goal they, just as every living creature before them, have is to reproduce. Every great one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. The order of the sentence structure here is important. It is not as one would think, which is that the great ones yearn for a surrogate, that is to say, a human mother to give birth to their child and then lose their child as a result. This is most certainly what happens, but is not their goal. Instead, every great one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. It is evidently very, very difficult for new great ones to be born. Mirgo died in stillbirth. The orphan never even had a chance to be born, and the brain of Mensis was born deformed, rotten, and helpless. Something always goes wrong with the birth of a great one, and so the great ones find replacements for their lost children. We already know that this is not the first hunt, and that the hunters is not the first hunters in the hunter's dream. There have been those before the hunter who have come. The blood moon has risen in the past, and the moon presence has guided hunters into completing its objectives through the use of Gehrman. Its surrogate child, the two hunters who we know went through the cycle, were Jura and Eileen. Jura seems to remember little of the dream, only recalling it faintly. I no longer dream, but I was once a hunter too. Eileen, however, remembers much of it. If the hunter attacks and dies to Eileen, she will chillingly say to the player, "You still have dreams? Tell the little doll I said hello." Think of how we experience dreams. Upon freshly waking up, we remember it vividly, especially if it was a nightmare. As the day progresses, details become fuzzier, and eventually we can't remember the contents of our dream at all, only that we had a dream. Indeed, those who Gehrman executes in the hunter's dream awaken and slowly forget the details of their terrible, terrible nightmare. But they don't have to accept it. If the hunter refuses Gehrman's offer of mercy, they do a battle against Gehrman. It is the master and the student, the parent and the child, bowing so that the former can be freed and the latter can be overcome. With Gehrman, the moon's presence is surrogate child defeated. The moon presence descends. Look at the way it curls around the hunter, almost protectingly. It lovingly embraces the hunter, as a parent would a child. The screen fades to black and we find the doll pushing Gehrman's wheelchair. It is not Gehrman sitting on the chair, however, but the hunter. And as the credits roll, we hear the doll utter, "So the hunt begins again." The hunter has taken Gehrman's place as the surrogate child. But this is not the only option. The cycle does not need to continue. The hunt can be transcended. No, you're okay, Tata. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. It's a handwritten note found in the very first room in the game. The room in which Hunter awakens in Yusefka's clinic, as evidenced by the foreign garb that the hunter is wearing upon their awakening. The hunter remembers nothing prior to their transfusion. Not typical clothing for Yharnam, but perhaps it is of foreign origin. It is said, after all, the traveler came to Yharnam from afar, without memory, Who will ever know? Without memory, the hunter discovers this note, and naturally the player forms a goal in their mind. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. But what is pale blood? The hunter apparently asks Gilbert this very question, to which he responds, "Pale blood, you say? Never heard of it. But if it's blood you're interested, you should try the healing church." Gilbert himself admits he isn't very knowledgeable on blood ministration and directs you to the church, the healing church. However, has absolutely no record of pale blood other than the conversation with Gilbert. There is only 4 references to pale blood anywhere in the game. The first reference is a note found in the beginning of the game. The second is a note by an unknown author found in Yahar'gul. Behold, a pale blood sky. The note is pointing towards the moon, and if we encounter it prior to the death of Ram, it's fairly confusing. After Ram's death, when the blood moon rises and the sky twists into a nightmare, the note makes much more sense. The color of the sky after you defeat the vacuous spider and the Mensis secret ritual is revealed. The sky there is a very pale blue, like a body drained of blood. This quote from Miyazaki discusses the sky that has been revealed once the veil between the waking world and the dreamlands has been torn apart. The third reference to pale blood is found in the Nightmare Lecture Hall. As part of a series of notes, the nameless moon presence beckoned by Lawrence and his associates, pale blood. In Miyazaki's interview, he murmurs that, right, that's another interpretation of pale blood, is another name for the monsters that come from the moon. The moon presence, the pale blood great one. But as Miyazaki notes, there's more than one interpretation for pale blood. Pale blood is not a single concept, but an overarching theme for Bloodborne. There's another reference to pale blood in the game, one that some players probably forget about, but it occurs early in the game. Oh yes, pale blood. Well, you've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery from the blood minister. It's the very first sentence uttered in the entire game, by the doctor who ministers the hunter's first blood transfusion. This doctor is credited simply as the blood minister. Let's take a moment to pause in our analysis in Bloodborne and instead go over something very simple. What is blood? I'm not a doctor, nor will I pretend to be. As such, I am likely vastly oversimplifying things, so take my explanation with a grain of salt. Blood consists of 3 distinct ingredients. First, erythrocytes, typically referred to as red blood cells. Red blood cells travel through the body of the human being and distribute oxygen to the body's tissues. Red blood cells are the primary means of life, support, and nutrition for the body's tissue. Second is plasma. Approximately half of blood is plasma, a liquid that serves as means of transportation for the blood cells which carry out their task in supporting the human body. When blood is centrifuged to separate the ingredients, we find something very interesting about plasma. Plasma that has been separated from clotting proteins in red blood cells is actually an amber light yellow color. This liquid is referred to as a serum, or sometimes pure blood, as it is the liquid blood in itself without any other ingredients. The third ingredient of blood are leukocytes, or white blood cells. White blood cells exist as part of the human's immune system. They attack infectious invaders, foreign substances, and clean after old and dead cell structures. Blood is such a central theme in Bloodborne. Everything revolves around blood, even the title, especially the title. Bloodborne, a bloodborne pathogen, a disease of the blood. This is what the Scourge of the Beast is. It's an infection, a disease that spreads from person to person through the transfusion of blood. Master Willem sternly reminds Lawrence that we are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. The Scourge infects the victims by attacking and tainting their blood, corrupting them. Now look at the kin. Ascended mortals who have become kin of the cosmos. They have escaped the taint of the scourge, moving past it. Indeed, they bleed a clear amber liquid, serum to be exact. The kin of the cosmos have cleansed their blood of the tainted scourge, separating it from other ingredients and becoming pure beings. And finally, we have white blood cells, pale blood cells. The white blood cells are the body's immune system. They seek out the infection and destroy it. But it's the way they destroy infections that fascinates me so. White blood cells grow and consume the infection, bring it in within themselves, isolating it in such a manner. The parallels to the PC hunter are striking. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. Maybe this isn't a note for the player at all. Maybe it's a note for the pale minister. Jura likely suffered from a terrible, incurable disease. It's possible that Jura suffered from a type of terminal anemia, meaning that he has a significant deficiency of iron in his bloodstream, and that he had much less hemoglobin in his red blood cells. Anemia was a serious problem in the Victorian era, typically affecting young women. It would be known as the Virgin's disease, and would be associated with a terrible paleness of skin. The lack of hemoglobin meant the red blood cells carried much less nutrients throughout the bloodstream. The blood was pale, sickly color, and the skin followed suit. Those who suffered from anemia would be sickly, tired, and weak, and so Jura's doctor discovered someone whose red blood was pale, who carried the antibodies and the potential to battle the scourge of the beast. He discovered a pale blood. When the pale blood was treated with the old blood, they were reborn as a hunter. And they were not just any hunter, but a special one. The hunter's mark was branded in the mind of the pale blood hunter, connecting them to the hunter's dream and forcing them into servitude. But Juro would not become strong enough to overcome the moon presence. He was executed by Gehrman. His connection to the hunter's dream severed. Later, Gehrman would find new apprentice in a sick woman from the hinterlands, Eileen the Crow. But again, the pale blood would fail. Gehrman could be found muttering in his sleep, almost whimpering, "Oh, Lawrence, what's taking you so long? I've grown too old for this. I'm of little use now, I'm afraid." An even more chilling message can be heard, though the trigger for the dialogue is currently unknown. "Oh, Lawrence, Master Willem, somebody help me. Unshackle me, please, anybody. I've had enough of this dream. The night blocks all sight. Oh, somebody, please." Gehrman is desperate for Lawrence and the art of blood ministration to find someone who can put an end to the nightmare, who can find a pale blood strong enough to become immune to the taint of the Great Ones. The PC arrives at Yharnam. Can I react to Darman? No. "Oh yes, pale blood. You've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of blood ministration. You need only to unravel its mystery." Here they meet the blood minister. After the transfusion, the pale blood has become a hunter. Recall the very beginnings in the game, in which the Scourge Beast rises from the blood and closes in towards the player. Upon touching the player, the Scourge Beast immediately bursts into flames. It can't touch you, because the very first transfusion is coursing through your veins and creating the antibodies required to battle the Scourge. And then the messengers come. This brings us to the last mystery, or rather the last mystery we'll be talking about. Gehrman isn't the only denizen of the hunter's dream. There are others. The messengers are strange, little creatures that venerate and worship the hunters. The other denizen is the doll. It's funny, really, when the players first starts playing Bloodborne and they have no idea what rules the world works. They don't know what is possible or impossible. Upon speaking to the doll, it simply becomes something accepted. Oh, there's a talking doll? Of course there is. They don't question it, nor do they consider how it came to be. It's just accepted as an occurrence of the world. But sit down to think about the doll for a moment, and it becomes painfully clear she is so much more than a doll. Magic doesn't exist in Bloodborne. There are no wizards, no sorceries, there are humans, and there are great ones, godlike beings capable of acts which we can only consider to be magic, as they are too complex for us to understand their workings. Some humans have learned to use the power of the great ones in small and limited forms, but they are not wizards, they are scholars and madmen. To avoid beating around the bush, Gehrman cannot animate a doll, so how did it come to life? We know that Gehrman had a deep love and care for the doll. Based upon the obsession for his student, Maria, the doll clothes tell us a deep love for the doll can be surmised by the fine craftsmanship of this article and the care with which it was kept. Let us again refer back to the tear blood gem, creating from a shining silver doll tear. This blood gem is a quiet but unfaltering friend that continually restores HP, the life essence of a hunter. Perhaps the doll's creator had just wished for a friend, albeit in vain. If the hunter locates the abandoned workshop in the waking world, they find a couple of things. They find the old hunter's bone, the doll's set, but most importantly, they find the cord of the eye. Every great one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. The word conceived is very important here. The Oxford English Dictionary gives the word conceived two different meanings. The first is as follows: form a mental representation of, imagine. This is the first definition the players infer from the context of the sentence. However, the other definition as follows: becomes pregnant with. Considering how much of Bloodborne is centered around birth, rebirth, pregnancy, and motherhood, I find it very hard to believe that they use the word conceive and the cord of the eye is purely accidental. Gehrman was terribly alone and terribly miserable in his isolation. All of the cords of the eye are found from the women, one from the wet nurse, one from Mariana, one from Yusefka. The exception to this rule is the one that's found in the workshop, until you consider that's found directly next to a woman. Not a human woman, perhaps, but a doll one. Perhaps in Gehrman's madness and his love of the doll, that was his only companion, the Great Ones took notice. After all, the Great Ones that inhibit the nightmare are sympathetic in spirit. In his desperation and longing for his beloved Maria, Gehrman was willing to give up anything in exchange to get her back. When the Great One promised to bring her to life, Gehrman signed away his life into servitude. But the doll was not Maria. What is the doll? What is it really? What manner of being is it? A thinking and feeling creature inhabiting an artificial body. And why, sitting in an altar of an old abandoned workshop, the place where Gehrman signed away his life to servitude of the Great Ones, is where the umbilical cord of a Great One, cord of eye. Because if you watch it watch each person, a lot of people like it. Basically, Darman is acting where you can actually pick on each person's side, and it will get you a lot of views because, okay, yeah, I don't care. I'll be honest. It's, like, not to be rude, but yeah. Let's pause for a moment to take a look at what we know now as the Winter Lanterns. The Winter Lanterns are, as any player who has braved the nightmare full well enough knows, one of, if not the most dangerous enemies to be found in Bloodborne. The Winter Lanterns are tall, lanky women singing out of tune, covered in bloody rags. They have no head, instead they have a large brain covered with eyes that blink and dart in full circles around them. Extending from their brains are tentacles, which they use to grab the hunter and hold them still. On their own, the Winter Lanterns are not particularly hard to deal with. What makes them so dangerous is that making the briefest eye contact with the Winter Lanterns causes an uncontrollable rise of frenzy. which quickly does massive damage to the hunter. But what is frenzy? Frenzy is a status effect that occurs when the hunter comes in contact with an intense concept of the Great Ones. The amygdala cause frenzy by grasping the hunter and forcing them to look into their eyes. The celestial larvae, Abridus, and the man-eater boars cause frenzy buildup by vomiting on the hunter. The gardens of eyes cause frenzy by leaping up and grasping the hunter by their head, clinging to them and filling their ears with mind-piercing, high-pitched ringing noises. The cathedral watchers can inflict frenzy by wielding a wooden cross twisted into a symbol of the Great Ones, which glows a dark crimson. The winter lanterns cause frenzy simply by looking at the hunter. From this information, we can gather that frenzy is a condition which occurs when an individual is forcibly made to wrap their minds around the eldritch nature of the cosmos and the Great Ones. To put it another way, insight is what happens when an individual slowly learns, discovers, and processes the information of the Great Ones. Frenzy is what happens when an individual is forced to process the information. The Winter Lantern's frenzy attack is so powerful that many players do not even bother engaging with them. They run past, desperately hiding from the lanterns as they sing their song. Whatever you do, don't look at them. The game even provides mechanics for this, providing ways around them on cliffs that the hunter can slide along or sneak underneath to prevent having to look at the Winter Lanterns. Because of this, the majority of players never take a good look at Winter Lanterns. They are the enemy that revolves around avoiding looking at them. The Winter Lantern's existence went relatively unexplained until a player with the username Chimchiri managed to snatch a high-resolution screenshot of one of the Winter Lanterns up close. She came to a horrifying realization as she took a long look at the Winter Lanterns. They're wearing the doll's clothes. The comparison between the Winter Lantern's bloody rags and the doll's clothing is disturbing, to say the least. While the Lantern's clothing is covered with blood and they are not wearing the shawl that the doll has over her shoulders, every other piece of clothing matches. The sleeves, the ruffles, the seams, they all match perfectly. This discovery was just the tip of the iceberg as players instantly began working to gather more screenshots of the Winter Lanterns and really took a good close look at them. While it's difficult to tell, many players point to the grooves in their clawed hands as being indicative of the doll's familiar jointed fingers. This discovery had me incredibly excited. Just like everyone else, I was racing to get the pictures of the Winter Lanterns for my own look. But when I took a picture of the brain lined with eyes that the lanterns have instead of a head, I discovered something incredible. It may be shaped like a brain, but it's not composed of familiar gray matter which we are associated with brains. It's not composed of anything human at all. I like a few other people discovered that it's not a brain at all. It's the messengers. Oh, the little ones, inhabitants of the dream. They find hunters like yourself, worship and serve them. Speak words they do not, but still, aren't they sweet? The brains of the Winter Lanterns are composed of messenger corpses bound and meshed together on a single form. That's actually crazy. If that's real, I will have to look that up after. Someone remind me. There's something just madly genius about it. The one enemy in the game who can give us the most horrible, terrifying truth just by looking at it is the one enemy we want nothing more than to look away from. Of course, Winter Lanterns cause frenzy. How could we not go insane by looking upon the twisted form of one being in the entire world who can offer us comfort and warmth? How could our minds possibly comprehend the terrible realization that the doll is so closely linked to these creatures? Have you ever attacked the doll? I mean, really attacked the doll. I mean taking a cleaver and hacking the doll to pieces. Many players must be sick at the thought. How could you possibly attack the one who provides you with the comfort throughout the horrors of Bloodborne? Well, if you attack... Streaming has finally peaked, let's go. Well, if you attacked the doll, you might have noticed that she bleeds. Her blood is not red like the humans or the Great Ones. Her blood also isn't serum, like the kin of the cosmos. Her blood is white, almost like bleach. The doll bleeds a pale blood. Bizarrely enough, taking a close look at the messengers will reveal something very similar. When the messenger leaves a note behind, did you know they actually rise up from the blood? Of course you did. When it's a specter, it's the familiar red blood stains. But when it's a note, it's pure white blood of the messengers and the blood of the doll. If the hunter kills the doll, next time the hunter returns to the dream, they will find her standing there. Hello, good hunter. I am a doll here in this dream to look after you. She doesn't remember us. Alright, my face tracking's perfectly gonna die, like right when we finish this, so I'm gonna swap real quick. Sorry for the delay, folks. Oh shit, I'm just pouring water on my leg. Let's go. There we go. We're fixed. Over time, countless hunters have visited his stream. The graves here stand in their memory. It all seems so long ago. Countless hunters? That doesn't make sense at all. So long ago. It wasn't really all that long ago. Bierman has only been imprisoned for at most possibly 100 years or so. As for the known Palebloods, I can count them on one hand. Jura Eileen the player. We do know, however, that the Blood Moon has risen in the past. In ancient Pthumeru, the people succumbed to the Scourge of Beasts. What if there haven't been only 4 Blood Moons? What if there have been hundreds? What if over the past 1,000, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, the Blood Moon has risen and hunters have entered the dream? The hunter's mark branded in their minds before falling and succumbing to the moon presence. It's part of a cycle, and the doll has been there. Many players have encountered the doll sleeping in the dream. When they wake her, she will gasp, apologize for having drifted off, and will return to offering her normal dialogue. And then in another situation, the hunter can find the doll. Oh, but there's another situation the hunter can find the doll in. Sometimes, very rarely, the doll will be found kneeling before a grave. O flora of the moon, of the dream, O little ones, O fleeting will of the ancients. Let the hunter be safe, let him find comfort, and let this dream, his captor, foretell a pleasant awakening, be one day a fond distant memory. If the hunter interrupts her, she will awaken startled and apologize for having drifted to sleep. She will not remember the words she spoke. Maybe she wasn't always a doll. Maybe she had 100 different shapes and forms, but she was there as the Palebloods struggled against the moon presence. Maybe a long time ago she was even a maiden in black. Recall how we discussed the manner in which white blood cells destroy infections? They consume them. Upon the first meeting, she tells us, "You will hunt beasts, and I will be here for you, to embolden your sickly spirit." Sickly. Her white blood only further supports this metaphor, as she strengthens our immunity to the scourge and grants us power. The Paleblood Hunter defeats the moon presence by consuming the cord of the eye and the ancient blood echoes, becoming too powerful and immune to its influences. The Great One has haunted humanity since its conception falls. Nightmare slain. We are left with the doll reaching down to grasp us in our new form. Remember, the Great Ones are not all of the same faction or of the same species or even the same ideology. The Great Ones are unique in their desires and their eldritch wishes. incomprehensible to us mere human beasts. Having consumed the Scourge and the Great Ones, we have ascended and been born anew, ready to bring humanity into its next evolutionary stage. And it's all thanks to the doll who nurtured us, emboldened us, and strengthened us, and cared for us. The doll cradles us in a motherly fashion, giggling. Are you cold, O good hunter? Perhaps not every great one loses its child after. Oh, that is a good. That is a wild last night line. That's actually, well, we did it. We read it. It took 4 hours and 54 minutes. Holy hell. That is a wild last line. I wish I could end my writings like that. It's cause it's all build up. That's pretty good. That's pretty insane. I don't. So, okay, that's just that is a wild ending. We're gonna play some victory music. Just kidding. No. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's like that line really is a banger. In the time it took you to read this, I fought 76 PvP battles. Let's go. Let's see. How's your brain? Now lined with eyes? I hope not. I'd rather be ignorant forever. But it's so weird. Classic Hunter W. Yeah, welcome in, George. I didn't give you a proper welcome, so welcome in. It was actually more, but I only kept track after a few. That's fair. Yeah, let me pull up these winter lanterns. And like we'll switch over to this capture. Oh. I don't play any music. Look at. So are they messenger? Oh my gosh, this is small. I should so small. I guess we'll save it. Okay, hopefully I can open that. No. Oh crap. Ah! I'm losing it. It was actually, oh wait, no. Yeah. That's fair, honestly. I can't see very well. That's the unfortunate thing. I think I'll can I save this as like a JPEG? .jpeg. Maybe that works. Oh, it did. Let's go. Oh yeah, you could kind of see like it's kind of like veiny, I guess. Or like it looks like their arms, like little pieces, maybe. I don't know. I don't fully see it. Yeah, at the top. Yeah. Like this kind of looks like it. It's so low res though. This picture. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Oh, there's a comparison. The side by side. The dresses. That is pretty similar. Well, I think I will call it there. Thank you for coming in, everybody. That was very long, but cool. It was cool. Let's see. I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna go hit the showers. And by that I mean maybe go for a run. Looks like I don't have anyone live, so let's see. Anyone I know. So we'll raid someone random. Congrats.
That says
Hell
true.
Yeah. I don't want to listen to you. It's who should we raid? I'm here. Yo. Let's go, Jackie. I thought you've been here. You're kind of here in the background, right? Or am I a tweaker be tweaking? So sorry. What for? Looks like they're fighting the final boss, so that might actually be a good vibe for for a raid. A raid. Oh, shut up, me. So yeah, we'll go raid. I can do it. I don't even think you have to like watch the whole thing like to understand. Like it's all build up for the final line. So I don't even know if the VOD's like good. But yep. Thank you again everybody for stopping in. I appreciate all you. We'll see how my schedule goes. I think I want to keep Sundays for sure. Oh, you've been listening. Yeah, then you could. It'll be on YouTube for sure, so. I just missed the last maybe 10 minutes. Yeah, definitely. I definitely recommend going back. But thanks again to everybody. Thanks for putting the channel points towards this stream. And I'll catch you. Let's go raid Elasian. And I'll catch you guys on the next one.